I don't go into the woods when it rains anymore. People think that's an odd rule to live by. They think the rain is peaceful, or that it brings out the scent of the pine and the damp earth in a way that's supposed to be soul cleansing. But they haven't been to the northern edge of the Blackwood Preserve after a week of heavy downpour. They haven't seen what the erosion uncovers. Back in 2018, I was 24 and possessed that specific kind of arrogance that only comes with being young and physically fit. I was a surveyor by trade, which meant I spent my days trekking through terrain most people only see on postcards. I knew how to read a compass, I knew how to manage my water, and I knew how to handle the local wildlife. I thought I was part of the landscape. I thought I belonged there. It was a Tuesday in late October. The Pacific Northwest had been hammered by a relentless 5-day atmospheric river. The ground was saturated, a heavy sodden sponge that groaned under every step. I was out alone, mistake number one, to check some boundary markers near a valley the locals called the Sink. It wasn't a formal name, just a piece of regional slang for a depression in the earth where the runoff tended to pool. The air was thick, hanging with a mist so dense it felt like walking through wet wool. My boots made a rhythmic thwack-squelch sound in the mud. I remember the silence most of all. Usually the woods are noisy, birds, squirrels, the wind and the needles. But that day the saturation seemed to have choked the life out of the forest. It was just me and the sound of my own breathing, which felt unnaturally loud inside the hood of my rain gear. I reached the lip of the valley around 2:00 p.m. The rain had finally tapered off to a fine drizzle, but the damage to the hillside was extensive. A massive slice of the slope had slewed off in a mudslide, exposing the raw, dark earth beneath the topsoil, and that's when I saw them. Protruding from the fresh mud like the ribs of a buried giant were stone steps. They weren't rough-hewn or natural rock formations. They were perfectly rectangular, carved from a dark, non-native granite that shimmered with an oily sheen in the gray light. There were 6 of them visible, leading upward from the valley floor into the side of the hill that hadn't collapsed yet. They looked pristine, as if they had been laid yesterday, not a chip or a blade of moss on them. I stopped. My gut gave a small, sharp tug, the kind of instinctual twitch you get when you see something that violates the logic of the space it occupies. There shouldn't have been any structures out here. This was protected land, miles from the nearest old homestead, and certainly miles from anything built with high-quality granite. I told myself it was an old cellar hole, or maybe a trail marker from the 1930s CCC projects that had been buried by time. I wiped the sweat and rain from my eyes, adjusted my pack, and started down the slope. I just wanted a closer look. I told myself I'd take a photo, mark the GPS coordinates, and be back at my truck within the hour. As I reached the base of the steps, the temperature didn't just drop, it plummeted. It wasn't the gradual cooling of a shadow. It was like walking into a walk-in freezer. My breath blossomed into a thick white cloud in front of my face. I looked back at the muddy slope I'd just descended. The air there looked normal, but here, at the foot of these impossible stairs, the air felt brittle. I reached out and touched the stone. It wasn't wet. Despite the 5 days of torrential rain, the granite was bone-dry and unnervingly smooth. It felt like touching a piece of glass that had been sitting in dry ice. I took the first step. The moment my weight shifted onto the stone, the silence of the woods changed. It went from a natural quiet to a total sensory vacuum. The sound of the distant creek vanished. The rustle of my own jacket died. I felt a sudden, crushing sense of isolation, as if I had just stepped off the face of the earth and into a pocket of something else. I climbed the second step, then the third. By the fourth step, I realized the stairs weren't leading to a cellar or a foundation. They led straight into the side of the embankment, but the earth didn't touch them. There was a gap of about an inch between the stone and the mud, a perfect, clean perimeter where the dirt seemed to refuse to settle. I reached the top, the sixth step. It was a wide landing, maybe 4 feet across. I stood there, my heart hammering against my ribs, looking at the patch of ground the stairs led to. It was just a flat section of forest floor, but the trees around it were wrong. They were stunted, their branches twisted back on themselves as if they were trying to grow away from the very spot where I stood. I looked down at my feet. On the dry granite landing, there was a single, fresh footprint. It wasn't mine. It was much larger, the tread pattern intricate and unfamiliar, and it was pointed directly at me as if someone had been standing on the landing, waiting just as I arrived. The rational part of my brain, the surveyor, the outdoorsman, tried to scream that it was just a smudge in the stone, but then I heard it. A click. It was the sound of a dry tongue clicking against the roof of a mouth, coming from the empty air exactly 3 feet in front of my face. I didn't rationalize. I turned and scrambled back down those steps, my boots sliding on the mud as soon as I cleared the granite. I didn't look back until I was halfway up the original slope. When I finally turned, the mist had thickened. The stone steps were still there, dark and sharp against the brown mud, but the air above the landing seemed to ripple, like heat rising off a highway in July. I told myself it was a localized pressure pocket. I told myself the cold was just a result of the dampness and the shade, but as I hiked back to the truck, the woods felt different. They felt crowded. Every time a branch snapped or a pile of slush fell from a tree, I jumped. I made it back to my Ford F-150 just as the sun was dipping below the ridgeline. I threw my gear in the passenger seat and sat there for a minute, the heater blasting, trying to get my hands to stop shaking. I reached for my GPS to log the coordinates, but the screen was dead, not just out of battery. The plastic casing was cracked right down the middle, as if it had been squeezed by a massive force. I drove home in a daze. That night I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about that footprint. It hadn't been muddy. It had been a dry print, a dusty outline on a dry stone in the middle of a rainstorm. The next morning, the sun was out. The sky was a cruel, mocking blue. I convinced myself I'd had a panic attack brought on by exhaustion and low blood sugar. I was a professional. I couldn't report ghost stares to the head office. I decided to go back. I needed to see them in the sunlight to prove to myself they were just some weird historical masonry. I drove back to the trailhead. I hiked the 3 miles back to the sink. I found the mudslide. I found the spot where the stairs had been. But there was nothing there, no granite, no landing, just a raw, jagged scar in the earth where the hill had collapsed. I spent 3 hours scouring the valley floor, thinking maybe they'd been buried by more sliding mud, but the mud was soft and undisturbed. There was no way 6 massive granite blocks had vanished overnight without leaving a trace. I was about to leave, feeling a mix of relief and genuine concern for my own sanity, when I saw it. Hanging from a low, twisted branch of one of those stunted trees, the ones that grew away from the landing, was my orange surveyor's tape. I had used it to mark a perimeter near the steps the day before. The tape was tied in a perfect, intricate hangman's noose. And inside the noose, swaying gently in the breeze, was my GPS unit, the one I had left on the passenger seat of my locked truck the night before. The screen wasn't just cracked anymore. It had been smashed into a fine powder, and written in that powder on the black plastic casing was a single word traced by a finger: stay. I didn't run. Running implies you have a chance to get away. I walked. I walked with my head down, my eyes fixed on the heels of my boots, refusing to look into the trees, refusing to acknowledge the shifting shadows that seemed to keep pace with me just beyond the tree line. I quit my job that Friday. I told them I had a family emergency back east. I moved 2 states away, took a desk job in a city where the only nature is a manicured park with concrete paths. For 3 years, I thought I was clear. I thought it was just a localized anomaly, a glitch in the world that I happened to stumble upon. But last week, it rained. It rained for 4 days straight, a heavy, soaking downpour that reminded me of the Blackwood Preserve. I woke up on Saturday morning and went to the front door to get the mail. My driveway is paved. It's solid concrete poured 2 years ago. But there, right at the base of my porch, the concrete had been neatly cut away. In its place was a single dark granite step. It was bone dry. And sitting right in the center of it was a small, perfectly round stone I had picked up in the Blackwood Valley 3 years ago and kept on my dresser. I haven't left the house since. I can hear the silence growing in the hallway. It's a cold, hollow kind of quiet that doesn't belong in a suburban home. I know if I walk into the kitchen, I'll find the second step, and I know where the 6th one leads. If you're ever out in the woods after a heavy rain and you see something that doesn't belong, something that looks too clean, too dry, or too perfect, don't look at it. Don't take a photo. And for God's sake, don't take the first step. Because once you start the climb, the stairs don't care where you are. They'll find a way to finish the flight. The silence in my hallway isn't just a lack of sound. It's a physical weight. A pressurized void that makes my ears pop as if I'm descending rapidly in an airplane. I sat on my sofa for 6 hours, staring at the front door, watching the gap at the bottom. I expected to see shadow or perhaps the flicker of a passing car's headlights, but there was nothing. Just that oppressive, dry stillness creeping inward from the porch. I eventually stood up because the thirst became unbearable. The human body has a way of asserting its mundane needs even when the soul is screaming in terror. I needed water. To get to the kitchen, I had to cross the foyer. I had to pass the front door. I moved with the gingerly high-stepping gait of someone walking through a minefield. When I reached the threshold of the kitchen, I stopped. My breath hitched, dying in my throat. There, right in front of the refrigerator, the linoleum had been peeled back. It hadn't been torn or hacked. It looked as if the very atoms of the flooring had reorganized themselves to accommodate the intrusion. A second granite step sat there, identical to the ones from the Blackwood Preserve. It was dark, shimmering with that same oily, non-reflective sheen, and it was perfectly, impossibly dry. A few droplets of water from my leaking faucet fell toward it, but as they neared the stone, they seemed to veer midair, sliding off an invisible curve to splash harmlessly on the remaining linoleum. The step was higher than the one on the porch. If the first step was ground level, this one was elevated precisely 8 inches. It was a staircase forming in slow motion, threading itself through the geometry of my house. I backed away, my heart hammering a frantic, uneven rhythm against my ribs. I retreated to the living room, but as I turned the corner, I tripped. My heel caught on something hard and cold. I fell hard, my elbows barking against the hardwood, and when I scrambled around to look, my blood turned to slush. The third step. It had manifested behind the sofa, rising out of the floorboards. There was no sawdust, no splintered wood. The mahogany planks simply ended where the granite began, as if the stone had always been there and the house had been built around it by a blind architect. I realized then that I wasn't being hunted in the traditional sense. I was being harvested. The stairs weren't just following me, they were replacing my reality, one riser at a time. The stay written in the dust of my GPS hadn't been a warning to remain in the woods, it had been an anchor. By touching that stone 3 years ago, by taking those first 3 steps in the mud of the sink, I had entered into a contract with a geography that didn't recognize the laws of man or physics. I scrambled for my phone, my fingers trembling so violently I nearly dropped it. I needed to call someone, anyone, my mother, the police, a priest, a contractor. But when I swiped the screen, there was no dial tone, no signal, no emergency bypass. The screen displayed a single, high-resolution image that I hadn't taken. It was a photo of me taken from behind, sitting on my sofa 10 minutes ago. In the photo, the air behind my head was rippling, that same heat haze effect I'd seen in the woods. And standing in that ripple, blurred and elongated like a reflection in a funhouse mirror, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, and its arms ended in hands that looked like bundles of charred sticks. I dropped the phone. It hit the 3rd step with a dull clack. The screen didn't shatter. Instead, the image on the screen began to move. The figure in the photo reached out toward the me in the photo. I bolted for the stairs, the real stairs, the wooden ones leading to my bedroom. I didn't know what I hoped to find there. A weapon, a way out. I just knew I couldn't stay on the ground floor while the granite rose to meet me. I took the wooden steps 2 at a time. Halfway up, I felt the temperature plummet. My vision blurred as a wave of vertigo hit me. I gripped the banister, but the wood felt wrong. It felt cold. It felt smooth. I looked down. The 4th step of my staircase was no longer oak. It was granite. I was standing on it. The moment my weight settled on the 4th step, the world tilted. The walls of my hallway seemed to stretch, the ceiling receding into a black, vaulted distance. The framed photos of my family on the wall began to change. The faces didn't just distort, they smoothed over, the features fading until my parents and sisters were nothing more than blank, egg-like ovals of flesh. The silence reached a crescendo, a ringing in my ears that sounded like 1,000 distant cicadas. I tried to scream, but the air in my lungs was too thin, too cold. It felt like breathing powdered glass. I looked up toward the landing of the 2nd floor. The 5th step was already there, glowing with a faint, sickly luminescence. It wasn't light exactly, it was more like the absence of shadow, and on that step there was a pair of shoes. They were my hiking boots, the ones I'd thrown away 3 years ago in a dumpster behind a gas station in Oregon. They were caked in dry, gray mud. They were positioned as if someone were standing in them, facing me, but the boots were empty. I didn't finish the climb, I whispered, my voice sounding like rustling leaves. I didn't go to the top. A voice answered. It didn't come from the empty boots, and it didn't come from the air. It came from inside my own skull, a vibration that felt like a fingernail scraping the inside of my forehead. You started the transit. The path must be completed. The sink does not leave its stones unturned. I looked back down the stairs. The living room was gone. In its place was a roiling sea of gray mist, the same wet wool atmosphere of the Blackwood Preserve. I could see the tops of the stunted, twisted trees poking through the vapor, their branches reaching upward like drowning fingers. I wasn't in my house anymore. My house was a skin, a dying memory being shed by a predatory landscape. I had two choices. I could stay on the fourth step and wait for the house to dissolve entirely, leaving me stranded in the void, or I could keep climbing. I thought about that footprint on the landing 3 years ago, the dry print in the rain. I realized now that the footprint hadn't been left by someone waiting for me. It had been left by me. A version of me that had already finished the climb, a version that was reaching back through the layers of time and space to pull the rest of myself through. The logic was circular, maddening, and inescapable. I was the architect of my own disappearance. I moved my foot to the fifth step. The moment I touched it, the smell hit me. It wasn't the scent of pine or damp earth. It was the smell of ancient, stagnant water, the scent of a place that has never seen the sun. My hiking boots, the empty ones on the step, didn't move, but I felt a sudden, phantom weight on my feet. I looked down. I was wearing them. My socks were gone, my skin was pale and etched with blue veins, and the boots were laced so tight they cut off my circulation. I looked up at the final step, the sixth. It wasn't on the landing. It was floating in the center of what used to be my bedroom door. Beyond it, there was no room. There was only a doorway into a flat, gray expanse. A plateau of dark granite that stretched out forever under a sky the color of a bruised lung. I could see figures out there, dozens of them. They were standing perfectly still, spaced out at regular intervals like boundary markers. They were all facing the same direction toward the doorway, toward me. They were surveyors. I recognized the orange vests, the battered wide-brimmed hats, the gleaming brass of the odolites, but they weren't moving. They were stone. Their skin, their clothes, even the equipment they held had been turned into the same dark, oily granite as the steps. They were a forest of statues, a permanent record of everyone who had ever found a set of stairs where none should be. One of them was closer than the others. It was standing just a few feet from the sixth step. Its face was partially unfinished, as if the sculptor had run out of material. But I recognized the shape of the jaw. I recognized the slight notch in the left ear. It was me. The statue was holding a GPS unit. It was held out as an offering, its screen smashed into a fine powder. I understood then the stairs weren't a way to get somewhere else. They were a process of refinement. They stripped away the organic, the wet, the temporary, and replaced it with something that could endure the silence of the sink. They were turning me into a landmark. I felt my shins begin to harden. I looked down and saw the gray creeping up my legs, turning my denim jeans into rigid stone. It didn't hurt. It felt like a profound, heavy relief. The anxiety that had plagued me for 3 years, the jumping at shadows, the fear of the rain, it was all evaporating. You can't feel fear if you're made of granite. You can't feel anything at all. I took a breath, the last breath of oxygen I would ever need. The air in the house was almost gone, replaced by the vacuum of the plateau. I lifted my foot for the final step. As I did, I heard a sound from downstairs. It was the sound of my front door opening, the real door, the one I had locked and bolted. "Hello," a voice called out. It was a woman's voice. Young, bright, full of that specific kind of arrogance that comes with being physically fit and gainfully employed. "Mr. Henderson, it's Sarah from the county tax office. I'm here about the property line dispute." I tried to turn. I tried to shout a warning, to tell her to run, to tell her to look at the porch and see the stone that shouldn't be there. But my neck was already stiffening. My jaw was locking into a permanent, silent snarl. I heard her footsteps in the foyer. Thwack squelch. Her boots were wet. It must have been raining outside. "Mr. Henderson, your door was open. I hope you don't mind." Her voice trailed off. I heard the sharp, rhythmic intake of breath that happens right before a scream, but the scream didn't come. Instead, there was a long, heavy silence. Then the sound of a single, rhythmic clack. She had found the first step. The stay on my GPS hadn't been for me. It had been an invitation, a way to keep the door open until the next surveyor arrived. The stairs needed to grow, and they needed a foundation. I stepped onto the 6th landing. The world of my house vanished. The sound of Sarah's voice, the smell of the rain, the sight of the wooden banister, all of it was sucked away into a pinprick of light that blinked out like a dying star. I stood on the plateau. I felt the wind, a cold, dry wind that never changed direction. I felt the weight of the GPS in my hand. I felt my eyes freeze in their sockets, staring out at the endless gray horizon. I am part of the landscape now. I belong here. And below me, in a house that is no longer a house, I can hear the clicking, the sound of a dry tongue against the roof of a mouth. Glick. Zara has reached the 3rd step. I want to tell her that it's peaceful here. I want to tell her that the rain can't reach us. But I am stone, and stone has no voice. All I can do is wait. Wait for the flight to be finished. Wait for the next soul-cleansing rain to uncover the next set of ribs in the mud. If you see the stairs, don't count them. Don't wonder where they go. Because the moment you notice them, you're already halfway to the top, and the top is a very, very long way from home. The 7th step did not appear in the house. It appeared in the mind of the woman downstairs. I could feel it manifesting through the shared resonance of the granite, a vibration that hummed through my stone marrow. Sarah was standing in my foyer, but she wasn't seeing my coat rack or the umbrella stand. She was seeing the transition. To her, the air was shimmering with that oily heat haze, and the mundane reality of a suburban entryway was being overwritten by the cold, gray logic of the sink. I stood on the plateau, a statue among statues, my consciousness tethered to the petrified shell of my body. I couldn't blink. I couldn't twitch a finger. My existence had become a singular, focused point of observation. I was a witness to the recruitment. Below, or perhaps behind, or adjacent to the space I now occupied, Sarah took the 4th step. The sound was like a heavy tombstone being dropped onto a marble floor. Boom! It echoed up through the phantom architecture of the house. I felt the surge of power it provided to the plateau. The horizon of my gray world expanded by another 100 yards. A new patch of stunted, twisted trees flickered into existence at the edge of the mist, their branches already petrified, their roots clutching at nothing. "Mr. Henderson," her voice came again, but it was thinner now. It sounded like it was being played through a broken radio. The floor, what happened to the floor? She was experiencing the vertigo now, the sensation that the world had tilted 45 degrees and that the only stable thing in the universe was the dark, dry slab beneath her feet. I wanted to tell her to jump, to throw herself off the side, to break her legs on the real floor, to crawl out the front door into the beautiful, messy, wet grass of the real world. But the stairs don't allow for lateral movement. Once you find the rhythm of the rise and the run, your muscles become part of the mechanism. You don't walk up the stairs pull you up using your own weight as the counterbalance. I watched a figure near me on the plateau. It was a man in a 1950s-style suit, his fedora fused to his head, his hand frozen in the act of checking a pocket watch that was now a solid lump of mineral. He had been here a long time. The wind had smoothed the features of his face until he looked like a thumbprint. He was a marker for a coordinate that no longer existed on any map. Then came the fifth step. The vibration was so violent it cracked the silence of the plateau. A jagged fissure opened in the granite floor near my feet, and from it, a new riser emerged, slick and obsidian black. It was Sarah's step. It was being birthed from the collective mass of those who had come before. I felt her terror. It was a sharp, metallic taste in the back of my throat, the only wet thing left in my sensory range. She was on the landing now, standing where my bedroom door used to be. She was looking at the empty hiking boots that I had vacated moments before, but she wouldn't see them as empty. To her, they would be a signpost, a promise of a destination. "Is someone there?" she whispered. The figure of the tall, thin thing, the one with the charred stick hands, moved through the mist. It didn't walk, it drifted, its form stretching and snapping like a rubber band. It went to her. It didn't attack. It didn't need to. It simply stood behind her and mimicked the shape of her shadow. The shadow is the final anchor. To become stone, you must first lose your darkness. The creature reached down and peeled Sarah's shadow off the granite step as if it were a piece of wet tape. It folded the shadow into a small, dense square and tucked it into the hollow of its own chest. Sarah gasped. The sound was the last gasp of a living lung. I saw her foot rise. It was a slow, agonizing movement. She was fighting it. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the invisible banister of a house that had already dissolved into vapor. Her eyes were wide, tracking the movement of the gray mist as it swallowed her knees, her waist, her chest. "Please," she sobbed. The plateau shuddered. Her sixth step, slid into place directly in front of mine. She stepped up. The transition was instantaneous. One moment, she was a frantic woman in a rain-slicked utility jacket. The next, she was a pillar of salt and soot standing 3 feet away from me. The color drained from her face in a swirling vortex, sucked down into the stone beneath her boots. Her jacket hardened into a rigid carapace. Her hair, which had been damp with the morning rain, froze into individual needles of quartz. She was still, she was perfect, she was permanent. And in her hand, she held a clipboard. The paper on it was now a thin sheet of slate, but I could still make out the words etched into the surface. It wasn't a tax form anymore. "Survey complete," it read. As soon as her transformation was finished, the creature with the stick hands turned toward me. It had no face, only a vertical slit that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light, the heartbeat of the sink. It reached out and touched the GPS unit I was holding. With a soft, grinding sound, the GPS merged with my hand. My fingers fused around the plastic casing until there was no distinction between flesh and machine. The screen, which had been smashed, began to glow. New coordinates appeared on the display. They weren't for my house. They weren't for the Blackwood Preserve. They were for a shopping mall in a suburb 300 miles away, a place with high foot traffic, a place with a fountain in the center and a glass roof that would let the rain fall in a controlled, beautiful pattern. I felt the plateau tilt. We weren't just standing still, we were a tectonic plate drifting across the underside of reality. The stairs were moving again. They were retracting from my house, pulling themselves out of the floorboards and the concrete driveway, leaving behind nothing but clean, surgical gaps that the neighbors would never be able to explain. The house would be found empty. The mail would pile up. Eventually, the bank would foreclose and a new family would move in. They would find the strange, rectangular holes in the floor and cover them with rugs. They would wonder why the hallway always felt so cold, why the silence seemed to have a weight to it. But they wouldn't find the stairs, not yet. The stairs were done with that location. We were headed for the mall. I watched through my frozen eyes as the mist parted. I could see the destination forming. It was a Tuesday. It was raining, a light, misty drizzle that blurred the lines of the parking lot. People were scurrying from their cars to the entrance, holding newspapers over their heads, laughing, complaining about the humidity. The first step began to manifest near the fountain. It didn't appear all at once. It started as a shimmer in the tile, a trick of the light. A janitor mopping the floor paused and frowned, looking at a patch of ground that refused to stay wet. He ran his mop over it, but the water beaded and rolled away as if the floor were made of Teflon. He reached down to touch it. I felt the contact. It was a spark of warmth against the coldness of my existence. Step 1. The janitor stood up, his brow furrowed. He looked around, confused. He didn't see the stairs yet, but he felt the invitation. He felt the sudden, inexplicable urge to climb. He looked up at the skylight, at the gray sky beyond the glass, and for a moment his eyes met mine through the layers of the world. He didn't see a man, he saw a shadow in the clouds. He saw a promise of a place where the mopping was done, where the floors were always dry, where the silence was absolute. Beside me, Sarah's statue began to vibrate. Her clipboard glowed. She was the new lead surveyor. I was the veteran, the marker, the one who held the coordinates. The creature with the stick hands moved to the edge of the plateau. It began to weave the air with its fingers, pulling threads of gray mist down into the mall. It was building the framework. It was setting the trap. I realized then that the stairs weren't just a physical anomaly. They were a predatory architecture. They were a way for the sink, whatever that vast, hungry consciousness was, to reach out and harvest the structure of our world. Every person taken was a new riser. Every soul converted was another inch of territory claimed. The plateau wasn't just a graveyard, it was a bridge, and it was growing. I looked out across the expanse of stone figures. There were hundreds of us now, thousands, a vast, silent army of granite stretching back through centuries. I saw Roman legionnaires, Victorian explorers, indigenous hunters, all standing in their silent rows, all holding the tools of their trade, all turned into the very thing they had tried to measure or conquer. We were the foundation, and the stairs were still hungry. The janitor in the mall took a step forward. He wasn't on the stone yet, but he was in the perimeter. He stopped a young mother pushing a stroller. "Excuse me," he said, his voice echoing up to us. "Do you see that, right there by the water?" The woman stopped. She looked. She squinted. "See what?" "The step. It looks like granite. It's so dry. How can it be so dry with all this rain?" She leaned closer. She saw the oily sheen. She saw the perfection of the geometry. "That's strange," she whispered. "It looks like it's growing." Step 2. The vibration went through all of us, a ripple of dark energy that made the plateau groan. Another fissure opened. Another statue began to form in the mist, a placeholder for the janitor. I felt a strange sensation then. It wasn't a feeling, not exactly. It was a memory of a feeling. I remembered the orange surveyor's tape. I remembered the smell of the pine trees in the Blackwood Preserve. I remembered the feeling of my own heart beating, that frantic, messy, wonderful thudding. I tried to move. I poured every ounce of my will into my left pinky finger. I visualized the blood flowing, the nerves firing, the stone cracking. I screamed inside the vault of my skull, a silent roar that shook the foundations of my own petrified mind. Break, move, die, do anything but stay. A hairline fracture appeared on the back of my hand. It was tiny, smaller than a grain of sand, but it was there, a flaw in the perfection, a bit of wet logic intruding on the dry. The creature with the stick hands froze. It turned its head, a slow, jerky movement, and looked at me. The vertical slit in its face flared bright red. It drifted toward me, its fingers twitching. It reached out and touched the crack. The cold that flooded into me was unlike anything I had ever felt. It wasn't the cold of ice, it was the cold of non-existence. It was the temperature of the space between stars. The crack didn't just heal, it was erased. The stone didn't just knit back together, it became denser, harder, more absolute. Stay, the voice vibrated through my bones. The creature moved back to the edge of the plateau. It was satisfied, the flaw was gone. Down in the mall, the janitor had his foot on the first step. The woman with the stroller was reaching out to touch the second. The stairs were breathing. They were pulsing with a slow, rhythmic light that matched the heartbeat of the creature. I looked at Sarah. Her stone eyes were fixed on the mall below. I wondered if she was still in there, screaming. I wondered if she was trying to break her own fingers, trying to find a way to warn the people below. But then I saw it. A single tear was rolling down her granite cheek. It wasn't water, it was a drop of liquid stone, a bead of concentrated sorrow that trailed slowly down her face before hardening into a permanent gray welt. She wasn't trying to escape. She was mourning. She was mourning the world she had left behind, the world of rain and taxes and property disputes and messy, imperfect lives. I felt my own sorrow then. It pooled in my chest, a heavy, cold weight. I wanted to cry too. I wanted to leave a mark on my own face, a permanent record of the man I had been. But I couldn't even manage that. I was the sixth step. I was the anchor. I was the one who had to hold the GPS. The janitor took the third step. The mall began to fade. The sounds of the fountain, the chatter of the shoppers, the smell of the food court, it was all being replaced by the dry, hollow wind of the plateau. The ceiling of the mall was stretching, the glass panels turning into the bruised-lung sky of the sink. The woman with the stroller screamed, but the sound was cut short as the fourth step manifested beneath her wheels. The stairs don't care who you are. They don't care if you're a professional surveyor or a janitor or a mother. They only care about the climb. They only care about the completion of the flight. I watched as the mall was hollowed out. I watched as the people were processed, their shadows peeled away, their bodies turned into the very thing they were standing on. The plateau grew, the army of statues expanded. And somewhere in a forest I would never see again, it began to rain. A heavy, soaking downpour that washed the mud over a raw, jagged scar in the earth. A mudslide that would, in 3 years' time, reveal a set of 6 granite steps. The cycle was beautiful, it was perfect, it was inevitable. I closed the eyes of my mind. I retreated into the deepest, darkest corner of my stone heart. I let the silence take me. I let the dry wind scour away the last traces of my name. I am not a man. I am not a surveyor. I am the stone steps to nowhere. And I am waiting for you to take the first step. The janitor's name was Elias, and as his work boots met the third riser, the mop bucket he had been pushing did not simply tip over, it unraveled. The plastic yellow basin shredded into gray ribbons that hardened into slate before they could hit the floor. The soapy water didn't splash, it crystallized into tiny, jagged beads of salt that skittered across the mall tiles like panicked insects. I felt his pulse through the granite, a frantic, fluttering thing like a bird trapped in a chimney. It was the rhythm of a heart realizing it no longer owned the chest it inhabited. Beside him, the woman with the stroller, her name tag from a nearby department store read Alina, clutched the handlebar so hard the foam padding fused to her palms. She wasn't looking at the stairs anymore. She was looking at her child. The infant was wailing, a thin, piercing sound that should have echoed off the glass atrium of the mall. Instead, the sound was swallowed by the stone. It didn't travel more than an inch from the baby's lips before it was petrified into a physical vibration, a low hum that shook the very foundation of the sink. The creature with the stick hands leaned over the edge of our plateau, its elongated shadow falling across the mall floor like a dark curtain. It wasn't interested in the adults. It was watching the stroller. It reached out a finger, a splinter of charred bone, and traced a line in the air. Below, the fourth step didn't just appear, it erupted. It tore through the mall's foundation, displacing the decorative koi pond. The fish were flung into the air, turning into silver-gray flint before gravity could claim them. They hit the ground with the sound of breaking glass. "Don't look down, Elias," Alina screamed, but her voice was already losing its timbre. It sounded like grinding gravel. Elias didn't listen. He couldn't. The stairs demand a witness. To climb them is to acknowledge them, and to acknowledge them is to provide them with the energy they need to stabilize. He looked down and saw the mall floor receding. He saw the fountain, now a jagged tooth of dry rock. He saw the people below, shoppers who hadn't noticed the anomaly yet, moving through the periphery like ghosts in a fading film. He reached out to grab Alina's hand, but as their fingers met, the transformation jumped between them like a static spark. The heat of their grip was the first thing to go. I felt it from my perch on the sixth landing, a sudden, sharp withdrawal of warmth. Their skin turned the color of wood ash. The fabric of Elias' blue jumpsuit stiffened, the fibers weaving themselves into a tight mineral lattice. Step 4. The plateau beneath my feet groaned and expanded. A new section of the horizon flickered into view, a ruined cityscape made entirely of pumice and basalt, towers that reached up to the bruised sky like broken fingers. This was the sink's true geography, a graveyard of entire civilizations that had noticed the stairs at the wrong moment in history. I saw the ruins of what looked like a cathedral, its stained glass now sheets of solid lead, its bells silent and heavy with the weight of geological time. I felt the GPS in my hand vibrate. The screen was no longer showing coordinates. It was showing a countdown, not in seconds, but in heartbeats. 342341340. The countdown was for the mall. The entire structure was being prepared for harvest. The creature with the stick hands turned to me. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its gaze like a cold needle pressing against my optic nerve. It wanted me to participate. It wanted the veteran to guide the new recruits. Through the connection of the stone, I reached out. I didn't want to, but my consciousness was no longer my own. It was a tool, a surveyor's level used to square the reality of the sink against the fragility of the mall. I projected a thought, not a word, but a sensation. I showed Elias the piece of the plateau. I showed him the end of the mopping, the end of the bills, the end of the crushing weight of a life lived in the rain. I showed him the stillness. It was a lie, of course. There is no peace here, only stasis. But to a man whose back ached from 40 years of labor, the promise of never having to move again was a powerful siren song. Elia's face relaxed. The terror in his eyes faded, replaced by a dull, glassy acceptance. He took the fifth step. The vibration was so powerful it cracked the skylight of the mall. Huge shards of glass fell toward the shoppers below, but they never hit. They slowed in midair, turning into flakes of mica that drifted harmlessly into the growing mist. The woman Alina was dragged upward by the momentum of his ascent. Her stroller was now a part of the staircase, the wheels fused to the riser, the metal frame becoming a decorative scrollwork of iron-rich ore. The baby had stopped crying, not because it was comforted, but because its lungs had become chambers of soft sandstone. It sat in the stroller, a perfect, pale cherub carved from the very air of the mall. It's quiet," Alina whispered. Her voice was the sound of a dry leaf skittering across a tombstone. She took the fifth step beside him. The transition hit them like a physical blow. Their individuality began to smear. The line where Elias ended and Alina began became blurred by the gray haze. They were becoming a single unit of measurement, a marker for the sink to use as it mapped the rest of the suburb. I looked at Sarah standing next to me. Her stone tear had finished hardening. She looked like a saint in a cathedral, a monument to a grief that no longer had a name. I wondered if she could feel the mall coming up to meet us. I wondered if she could feel the thousands of lives that were about to be overwritten by the cold logic of the stairs. The creature with the stick hands began to hum. It was a sound that vibrated in the marrow of my stone bones. It was the sound of the earth turning, the sound of mountains being ground into sand by the slow, relentless pressure of time. The their sixth step began to form in the air between the mall and the plateau. It was a bridge of pure shadow, a void that was rapidly being filled by the matter of the world below. I saw the mall's security guards running toward the fountain. They had their radios out, their mouths moving, but no sound came out. They were already inside the perimeter. They were already being drafted. One of them tripped on the first step, his knee hitting the granite with a sickening crack that sounded like a hammer hitting a statue. He didn't scream. He just looked at his leg, which was now a pillar of gray marble, and began to climb. The hunger of the stairs was accelerating. It wasn't just taking individuals anymore. It was taking the space between them. The air in the mall was becoming thick and viscous, a soup of unformed stone waiting for a shape to inhabit. The GPS in my hand reached 0. The plateau buckled. The mall didn't just fade, it folded. The geometry of the building collapsed in on itself, the walls rushing toward the center, the roof descending like a falling guillotine. But there was no crash. There was only a soft, wet thud like a sponge being squeezed dry. And then they were here. Elias and Alina appeared on the landing 10 feet away from me. They were standing exactly as they had been in the mall, his hand reaching for hers, her other hand on the handle of the stroller. But they were no longer flesh. They were a single, conjoined sculpture of salt and soot. The baby in the stroller was a focal point of white quartz glowing with a dim internal light. The creature with the stick hands moved among them, its fingers dancing over their stone surfaces. It was checking the quality of the harvest. It touched the baby's head, and a spark of static electricity jumped between them, illuminating the creature's faceless head for a brief, terrifying second. I saw what was inside the slit. It wasn't a heart, it was a staircase. A miniature, infinite spiral of teeth and stone, winding down into a darkness that had no bottom. The creature turned back to the edge of the plateau. The mall was gone. In its place was a vast, circular hole in the earth, a crater of perfectly smooth, dry dust. The rain was falling into the hole, but the dust didn't turn to mud. It stayed dry, absorbing the water as if it were a vacuum. The stairs were already retracting. I could feel them pulling out of the mall's foundation, sliding through the earth like the tongue of a predator returning to its mouth. They would leave nothing behind but the silence and the hole. The neighbors, the police, the news crews, they would arrive in an hour. They would find the crater. They would find the missing cars in the parking lot, their tires melted into the asphalt, their engines turned to solid blocks of iron. They would find the cell phones left behind on the ground, their screens showing only a single unmoving image, a set of stone steps leading up into a gray sky. And they would wonder, they would investigate, they would send surveyors. I felt a surge of something that might have been joy if I still had a heart to feel it. They would send surveyors. The creature with the stick hands approached me again. It reached out and took the GPS from my fused hand. It didn't need me to hold it anymore. I had served my purpose. I was no longer the marker, I was the foundation. It pressed the GPS into the stone chest of the new statue, Elias. The device merged with his blue jumpsuit, the screen flickering to life with a new set of coordinates. The creature then turned to me and did something it hadn't done before. It placed its charred stick hands on either side of my head. I felt my perspective shift. I wasn't looking through my eyes anymore. I was looking through the stone itself. I could feel every grain of sand on the plateau. I could feel the weight of every statue, the history of every soul trapped in the mineral. I could feel the sink breathing beneath us, a vast subterranean lung that exhaled the gray mist and inhaled the reality of the world. And I saw the truth of the stairs. They weren't going up, they were going down. The plateau wasn't a mountaintop, it was the bottom of a well. The sky above us wasn't the atmosphere, it was the surface of an ocean of stone. We were being pulled deeper into the throat of the world, one step at a time, one harvest at a time. The top of the stairs was just the entrance to the next level of the descent. The creature leaned in close, its faceless head inches from mine. "Give," it whispered. It wasn't a command to give up my life. I had already done that. It was a command to give up my memory. It began to pull. I felt the images of my wife, the smell of the rain in the Blackwood Preserve, the sound of my own name. All of it was being sucked out of the stone of my mind. The creature was eating my history, turning my past into the fuel it needed to manifest the next set of steps. I fought it. I held onto the image of the orange surveyor's tape. I held onto the feeling of the mud under my boots. I held onto the sound of Sarah's voice calling my name in the house. But the stone is stronger than the memory. One by one, the lights went out. The orange tape faded to gray. The smell of the rain became the smell of dry dust. The sound of my name became the sound of the wind. I looked at Sarah. I didn't know who she was. She was just a statue, a beautiful, tragic figure with a stone tear on her cheek. She was a landmark, a coordinate. I looked at the baby in the stroller. It was a pretty rock. I looked at the creature. It was the master of the house. The plateau began to move again. We were drifting, sliding across the underside of the world, guided by the flickering screen of the GPS on Elia's chest. The coordinates were for a school. A small, rural elementary school with a playground and a set of wooden stairs leading up to a slide. The stairs would like those. They would find the wood easy to digest. I felt the first step begin to manifest in the playground. It started near the swings. A child, a boy with a red ball, stopped and looked at the ground. He saw the shimmer. He saw the dry, gray slab of granite appearing in the middle of the wood chips. He bounced his ball on it. The ball didn't bounce back. It hit the stone and turned into a heavy, leaden sphere that cracked the wood chips. The boy frowned. He reached down to pick up the ball. Step 1. The vibration went through me, but I didn't feel the horror anymore. I only felt the resonance. I was part of the instrument now. I was the string being plucked by the finger of the sink. I watched the boy. I watched him look up at the sky. I watched him see the shadow of the plateau forming in the clouds. He didn't run. Children are more honest than adults. They see the stairs for what they are, a path, and they have always been taught to follow the path. He took a step forward. Beside me, the creature with the stick hands began to weave the air again. It was a craftsman, and we were its materials. It was building a world that would never crumble, a world that would never rot, a world that would never change. A world of stone. I stood in my row, my fedora fused to my head, my hand frozen in the act of holding a GPS that was no longer there. I was a marker for a coordinate that no longer existed. The wind blew across the plateau, cold and dry and eternal. It didn't move my hair, it didn't chill my skin, it just flowed over me, a silent river of nothingness. The boy took the second step. The plateau groaned, the horizon expanded. A new patch of stunted, twisted trees flickered into existence at the edge of the mist. I waited. I am the sixth step, I am the anchor, I am the stone. And somewhere far away in a world that was becoming increasingly thin and fragile, it began to rain. But the rain couldn't reach us. Nothing could reach us. We were home. The boy's name was Leo, and the red ball he had dropped was no longer a toy. It was a weight, a terrestrial anchor that had snapped the tether of his childhood. As his small, scuffed sneaker touched the second riser, the wood chips of the playground didn't just fly aside, they transmuted. Each splinter of cedar and pine flash froze into shards of obsidian, black and glass sharp, carpeted over the earth in a jagged mosaic. The plastic slide, once a vibrant, sun-faded yellow, began to groan. The molecular bonds of the polymer surrendered to the viral spread of the mineral. It didn't melt, it calcified. The curves of the slide stiffened into a frozen tongue of sulfurous rock, its ladder becoming a ribcage of rusted iron ore. From my vantage point on the plateau, I felt the boy's curiosity. It was different from Elia's exhaustion or Alina's terror. It was a pure crystalline wonder, and that made the harvest swifter. The sink fed on the quality of the observation. To a child, the impossible is merely a new rule to be learned, and Leo was a quick student. He looked up, his neck craning back until his spine made a soft, stony clicking sound. He wasn't looking at the gray sky of his playground anymore. He was looking at us. He was looking at the underside of our world, the inverted hanging gardens of basalt and salt that drifted above his head like a storm front made of mountains. The creature with the stick hands trembled. It liked the boy. It leaned over the precipice, its charred limbs extending, lengthening like shadows at sunset. It reached down through the veil, its fingers brushing the air inches above Leo's head. Where the creature's skin touched the atmosphere of the playground, the air itself turned to frost, not water ice, but dry, suffocating CO2 ice that fell in heavy flakes, burying the abandoned lunchboxes and jump ropes in a shroud of white dust. Leo, get away from there. The voice came from the school's brick annex. A teacher, a woman in a green cardigan, was running across the asphalt. Her name was Mrs. Gable, and she was the variable the stairs hadn't accounted for yet. She wasn't looking at the stairs, she was looking at the boy. Her intent was a blunt instrument of rescue, a force of will that momentarily blurred the edges of the manifestation. The third step flickered. For a second, it was transparent, a ghost of granite through which the dead grass of the playground was visible. The creature with the stick hands hissed. The sound wasn't a noise, it was a vacuum, a sudden drop in pressure that popped the eardrums of every bird in the trees surrounding the school. They fell from the branches like stones, their feathers turning to slate before they hit the ground. I felt the call. It was my turn to stabilize the bridge. My consciousness, what little remained of the surveyor who once knew the taste of coffee and the itch of wool, was pulled forward. I was the lens. I was the surveyor's transit, the tool used to lock the coordinates into a fixed reality. I didn't have a voice, but I had the weight of the plateau. I leaned my will against the flickering third step. I poured the memory of my own first step into the void, the feeling of the granite rising to meet my boot, the sense of inevitability, the relief of surrendering the burden of choice. The step solidified. It slammed into the reality of the playground with the force of a tectonic shift. The brick annex of the school cracked from foundation to roofline. The red bricks didn't crumble, they fused, the mortar turning into veins of quartz, the clay returning to its ancestral state of hard, unyielding shale. Mrs. Gable tripped. Her hands hit the asphalt, but the asphalt was no longer bitumen and gravel. It was a sheet of polished flint. Her fingernails shattered against the surface. She looked up, and for the first time she saw the stairs. She saw Leo, who was now standing on the third step, his small body already beginning to lose its color. His red shirt was turning the dull, matte gray of volcanic ash. His hair was becoming a crown of fine, silver wire. "Leo, please," she gasped, but her lungs were already filling with the dry mist. Every breath she took was a mouthful of powdered stone. The fourth step didn't wait for her. It erupted from beneath her, lifting her off the ground. She was caught in the masonry, her legs becoming part of the riser, her green cardigan weaving itself into the grain of the rock. She became a decorative relief, a screaming caryatid supporting the weight of the boy's ascent. The boy didn't look back. He took the fourth step, then the fifth. The speed of it was breathtaking. The sink was hungry today. It was as if the mall hadn't been enough, as if the thousands of souls we had just harvested were merely an appetizer for the purity of the school. On the plateau, the statues of Elias and Alina began to shift. They weren't moving their limbs, but their positions were being recalibrated. The sink was reorganizing its library. The mall statues were being pushed toward the interior of the plateau, moved into the dense, silent forest of stone people to make room for the new arrivals. I felt them slide past me, the sound of stone grinding on stone, a low, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through my heels. The creature with the stick hands was dancing now. Its movements were fluid, alien, a series of sharp angles and sudden collapses. It was weaving the sixth step, the final bridge that would bring the boy and the teacher into our fold. I looked out over the edge. The school was disappearing. It wasn't just the building, it was the concept of the school. The memories of the children inside, the lessons written on the chalkboards, the smell of floor wax and old paper, it was all being distilled. The sink was stripping away the context and leaving only the essence. The chalkboards became slabs of pure slate. The desks became blocks of oak-turned petrified wood. The children were becoming a garden. I saw them through the windows as the building folded. They were sitting at their desks, frozen in mid-sentence, mid-laugh, mid-thought. A whole classroom of marble cherubs, their eyes wide and vacant, their hands forever poised over stone notebooks. They wouldn't climb the stairs. They didn't need to. The stairs had come to them. They were the foundation for the next expansion of the plateau. The sixth step clicked into place. Leo stepped onto our level. He looked exactly like a garden statue you would find in a wealthy estate, a boy perpetually frozen in the act of discovery. He stood 5 feet away from Sarah. His presence changed the air. The quartz in his body, the remnants of his innocence, gave off a soft, pulsing light that illuminated the gray mist. Mrs. Gable followed, or what was left of her. She was the railing now, a long, curved arc of stone that trailed behind the boy, her face a mask of frozen agony at the base of the new landing. The creature with the stick hands approached the boy. It reached into its own chest, into that spiraling staircase of teeth, and pulled out a small, glowing seed of pure obsidian. It placed the seed in Leo's open, stone hand. The boy's fingers closed around it. Immediately, a new set of coordinates appeared on the GPS embedded in Elia's chest, which was now drifting further into the interior. But I didn't need the GPS to know where we were going. I could feel the pull. The sink was turning its gaze toward the coast. It wanted the salt. It wanted the rhythm of the tides. It wanted to turn the ocean into a desert of glass. I felt a tremor in my own stone heart, not a memory, but a resonance. A surveyor knows the land, and I knew the coastline. I knew the lighthouses. I knew the way the fog rolled in over the dunes. We were going to the sea. The creature turned to me. It seemed satisfied. The harvest was good. The plateau was growing. We were a continent now, a floating island of petrified history drifting through the cracks in the world. But as the creature moved away, I noticed something. On the ground near the spot where Leo had stepped onto the plateau was his red ball. It hadn't turned to stone. It was still lead-heavy, still gray, but it wasn't part of the sink. It was a flaw, a piece of the world that hadn't been fully digested. I looked at it, and for a fraction of a second, the stone in my mind cracked. I remembered the color red. It was a violent, screaming thing in this world of gray. It was the color of blood, the color of a sunset, the color of my wife's favorite scarf. The memory hit me like a physical blow, a spark of heat in the middle of a glacier. The red ball was a leak. I looked at Sarah. The stone tear on her cheek seemed to catch a reflection of that distant, remembered red. Was she still in there? Was the surveyor's wife still screaming behind the marble mask? The creature with the stick hands didn't see the ball. It was already looking toward the horizon, toward the next coordinate. It was already preparing the descent. The plateau tilted. We were moving. The school was gone, replaced by a massive, square depression in the earth, a void where thousands of tons of matter had once been. The rain was filling the hole, creating a new, perfectly square lake that would baffle geologists for centuries. As we drifted, I felt the weight of the statues around me. There were millions of them now. Some were ancient, wearing clothes made of woven grass and skins, their stone bodies worn smooth by eons of wind. Some were modern, clutching briefcases and cell phones. All of them were silent. All of them were waiting. We were a record of everything that had ever looked at the stairs. We were the museum of the disappeared. The creature began to hum again, that low, grinding sound that made the plateau vibrate. It was a song of gravity. It was the sound of the deep earth calling to its own. I felt the first whiff of salt air. It wasn't real air, of course. It was the sink's approximation of it, a dry, alkaline scent that mimicked the sea. Below us, the coastline appeared. I saw the waves, but they were moving slowly, as if the water were turning to syrup. The white caps were becoming crusts of salt. The sand on the beach was already beginning to fuse into sheets of sandstone. The stairs were reaching down. They found a lighthouse, a tall white finger of stone that already looked like it belonged to us. The keeper was out on the gallery, his binoculars raised. He was looking for a ship that would never come. He saw the shimmer in the air. He saw the first step manifest on the spiral staircase of his own tower. He didn't hesitate. He was a man used to climbing. I felt his first step. It was heavy. It was the step of a man who had spent his life watching the horizon, waiting for something to happen. The sink welcomed him. The lighthouse didn't fold like the mall or the school. It was already stone. Instead, it grew. It stretched upward, the bricks multiplying, the glass of the lantern room expanding into a massive, multifaceted diamond that caught the dim light of the sink. The lighthouse became the spine of a new ridge on our plateau. The keeper climbed. He brought the sea with him. As he reached the fourth step, the ocean for miles around the lighthouse simply stopped moving. The fish were frozen in the waves, silver needles in a cushion of blue glass. The boats in the harbor were pinned in place, their hulls fused to the water. The creature with the stick hands was ecstatic. It ran to the edge of the plateau, its limbs thrashing in a rhythmic, terrifying joy. This was a grand harvest. This was the acquisition of an entire element. But I was still looking at the red ball. It was rolling. The tilt of the plateau as we moved toward the coast had set it in motion. It was a heavy, leaden thing, but it was moving. It rolled past Sarah. It rolled past the boy, Leo. It rolled toward the edge. If it fell, what would happen? Would it carry the memory of Red back to the world? Would it be a seed of reality planted in the void? I wanted to reach out. I wanted to move my stone arm to catch the ball, to hold onto that tiny spark of color. But I was the sixth step. I was the foundation. If I moved, the plateau would buckle. If I moved, the bridge would break. The ball reached the edge. It teetered on the lip of the basalt cliff. The creature with the stick hands stopped its dance. It sensed the anomaly. It turned its faceless head toward the ball. A sound came from the creature, a high-pitched, metallic shriek that shattered the silence of the plateau. It lunged toward the ball, its stick hands blurring. But it was too late. The ball fell. It didn't drop like a stone. It drifted, caught in the strange, inverted physics of the sink. It fell upward toward the sky that was actually the surface of our world. As it went, it began to glow. the gray lead stripped away, revealing the vibrant, screaming red underneath. It was a beacon. The creature reached the edge and screamed again, a sound of pure mineral rage. It watched the ball disappear into the mist, a tiny red dot fading into the gray. For a moment, the entire plateau shook. The statues groaned. I felt a ripple of heat pass through my limbs. The stone softened. Just for a second, I felt the blood in my veins. I felt the air in my lungs. I felt the name David echo in the back of my mind. Then the stone hardened again. The creature turned back to us. It was no longer dancing. It was vibrating with a cold, focused malice. It looked at me. It knew I had watched it happen. It knew I had felt the joy of the leak. It walked toward me, its stick hands clicking against the stone floor. It stopped inches from my face. It didn't whisper this time. It projected a vision. I saw the ball hit the surface of the ocean near the lighthouse. I saw it splash into the water, but it didn't stay red. As soon as it touched the world, the sink's infection took hold. The red bled out into the blue. A circle of gray began to spread from the point of impact. The water turned to stone. The ripples became permanent ridges of rock. The ball hadn't been a leak, it had been a scout. The creature hadn't been trying to stop it from falling, it had been trying to accelerate it. The shriek hadn't been rage, it had been a command. The leak was how the sink planted its seeds. The red ball was now a new set of stairs, forming at the bottom of the ocean, rising up through the kelp forests and the shipwrecks, reaching for the surface. The creature leaned in closer. Its mouth opened, revealing the infinite spiral once more. More, it whispered. It reached out and touched the stone tear on Sarah's cheek. Under its touch, the tear turned red, a deep, bloody crimson that glowed with a sick internal light. The creature plucked the tear from her face. It was a new seed. It turned to the edge of the plateau and threw the red tear into the mist. I watched it fall. I watched my wife's grief become the catalyst for the next harvest. I watched the world below turn gray in anticipation. The lighthouse keeper reached the sixth step. He stepped onto the plateau, his binoculars still fused to his face. He stood next to me. He was the new marker. He was the new surveyor. The creature handed him the GPS. The screen flickered. Coordinates 47,128 degrees N, 74,0060 degrees W. New York. The sink wasn't interested in playgrounds anymore. It was going for the heart. I felt the plateau surge forward. The wind picked up, a dry, howling gale that carried the scent of 8 million souls. I closed the eyes of my mind. I tried to find the dark corner again. I tried to hide from the vision of the red tear falling toward the city. But there was no darkness left. There was only the stone. There was only the light of the harvest. And the stairs were already forming in the middle of Times Square. A tourist, a man with a camera and a map, was looking at the ground. He saw the shimmer. He saw the granite. He took the first step, and the plateau roared in hunger. The tourist's name was Arthur, though the sink did not care for names, only for the displacement of mass. He was a man of precise habits, a retired actuary from Ohio who liked things to be balanced. He had been looking for the red-robed monk who charged for photos when he saw the first riser. It was a slab of charcoal-flecked granite that seemed to have grown out of the cracked asphalt of 7th Avenue like a slow-motion explosion. To Arthur, it looked like a piece of the sidewalk had simply decided to become important. He didn't see the way the neon billboards of Broadway began to stutter as he lifted his foot. He didn't notice that the frantic, electronic pulse of the Toshiba screen above him was losing its hue, the vibrant yellows and magentas bleeding into a static, mineral gray. He only felt the overwhelming, gravitational urge to ascend. It was the same pull that had claimed the mall, the school, and the lighthouse. A cosmic should that overrode every why. When Arthur's sensible walking shoe touched the first step, the sound was not a footfall. It was the sound of a mountain cracking. Back on the plateau, I felt him. The connection was instantaneous and agonizing. As the sixth step, I was the conduit through which the New York harvest would be filtered. The lighthouse keeper, now standing beside me, didn't move, but his stone binoculars began to hum. He was scanning the horizon of our inverted world, his calcified mind already calculating the angles of the city's skyscrapers. He wasn't looking for ships anymore. He was looking for structural weaknesses in reality. The creature with the stick hands was frantic now, a blur of charcoal limbs. It wasn't just dancing, it was weaving. It ran to the edge of our basalt shelf, its fingers trailing through the mist, pulling up threads of the city's frantic energy. It caught the sound of 1,000 car horns and spun them into a gray, soundless silk. It caught the smell of roasting nuts and exhaust and turned them into a fine, choking ash that began to settle over the plateau like snow. "Arthur, don't!" A woman's voice drifted up from the void. It was thin, reedy, barely audible over the grinding of the sink's gears. It was Arthur's wife, Edith. She was holding a map of the subway system, her finger frozen on the one train line. She saw the second step manifest. It didn't just appear, it carved itself out of the air, displacing a hot dog stand. The umbrellas and the silver carts didn't fall over, they were simply incorporated. The mustard bottles turned to yellow jasper, the pretzels became knots of ironwood. The vendor, a man who had survived 3 wars and a heart attack, became a stoic bust of obsidian, his arm outstretched as if offering a snack to the gods. Arthur took the second step. The plateau lunged. The sensation was that of a ship hitting a massive swell. We weren't just drifting anymore, we were falling toward the city, drawn by the sheer density of the lives below. The sink was a predator that had finally found a herd. I looked at Sarah. The red stain where her tear had been was still there, a phantom limb of color on her stone face. The creature had thrown the seed, but the wound remained. I realized then that the sink couldn't fully erase the before. It could only overlay it with after. Somewhere deep beneath the layers of shale and salt that made up my body, the surveyor was still there, trapped in a room with no doors, watching the world through a keyhole made of granite. I tried to scream. I poured every ounce of my static will into the fourth step, the one Mrs. Gable had become. I wanted to warn the city. I wanted to tell them that the stairs were a lie, that the nowhere they led to was a crowded, silent purgatory where even your memories turn to grit. But my scream came out as a tremor. In Times Square, the ground shook. A water main burst, but the water that geysered into the air didn't fall back down. It froze in mid-arc, turning into a delicate, crystalline arch of salt that bridged the gap between 2 clothing stores. The people, the thousands of tourists, the commuters, the street performers stopped. They didn't run. You don't run from the sink. You wait for it to explain itself. Arthur took the third step. The Empire State Building groaned. I felt the vibration through the soles of my feet, a deep, metallic sorrow. The steel was beginning to change. The rivets were becoming garnets. The girders were softening into veins of lead. The building wasn't collapsing, it was being prepared for its new life as a stalactite. The creature with the stick hands began to sing. It was a sound like glass being ground into a wound. It was calling to the city's foundations. It wanted the bedrock. It wanted the schist and the gneiss that lay beneath the pavement, the ancient bones of the island. I saw the fourth step form. It was massive, wider than a city bus. It was made of the fused remains of a yellow taxi and the three people who had been inside it. Their faces were visible in the grain of the stone, a triptych of surprise etched in marble. Arthur climbed. He was higher now, level with the marquees of the theaters. He looked down at the crowd, and for a second his stone-gray eyes seemed to clear. He saw the horror of what he was doing. He saw the way his wife was beginning to turn to salt from the feet up. He saw the city dying in his wake. He tried to stop. He wobbled on the edge of the fourth step, his stone hand reaching for a railing that wasn't there. The creature on the plateau hissed. It didn't like hesitation. Hesitation was a flaw in the geometry. It turned to Leo, the boy with the silver wire hair. The boy, who had been standing perfectly still, suddenly moved. It wasn't a human movement. It was the jerky, ratcheting motion of a clockwork doll. He walked to the edge of the plateau and looked down at Arthur. Leo didn't speak, but he reached out his hand. The gesture was beautiful and terrible. It was the promise of a child, the invitation to come and play in the garden of stones. To Arthur, standing on a bridge of fused taxis in a gray New York, the boy must have looked like an angel. Arthur reached back. His fingers, already turning to flint, brushed the air. The fifth step slammed into place. It was made of the Lion King billboard. The vibrant colors of the savannah were gone, replaced by a bas-relief of lions and grass carved from cold, gray limestone. As Arthur stepped onto it, the entire block of 42nd Street vanished. It didn't crumble, it simply ceased to be part of the earth. The buildings, the streetlights, the subway entrance, they were pulled upward, inverted, and stitched into the underside of our plateau. I felt the weight of them. I felt the thousands of people trapped in the offices and the stores, their lives compressed into a single, dense layer of sedimentary history. The plateau was growing at an exponential rate. We were no longer a floating island. We were a sky continent, a ceiling of petrified civilization that stretched from the Hudson to the East River. I looked at the lighthouse keeper. He was no longer scanning the horizon. He was looking straight down at the Chrysler building. His stone binoculars were glowing with a dull, rhythmic light. He was the anchor now. He was holding the city in place while the creature with the stick hands did the harvesting. The creature approached Sarah again. I felt a surge of cold fury. It had already taken her voice, her warmth, and her tears. What was left? The creature reached into the hollow of its own chest. This time, it didn't pull out a seed. It pulled out a needle. It was a long, thin spike made of the same obsidian as the seeds, but it pulsed with a dark, oily light. It leaned over Sarah. It was looking for a vein, not a vein of blood, but a vein of memory. It wanted the deepest part of her, the part that still held the image of our house, the smell of our garden, the sound of my name. It wanted to extract the last of the red and use it to fuel the final descent. I couldn't move my arms, I couldn't move my legs. I was a pillar of the sink, a structural necessity. But I could think. I remembered the red ball. I remembered the way it had rolled, how its weight had been different from the stone around it. It had been a leak, a piece of the world that refused to be digested. I looked at my own stone hands. They were gray, matte, and lifeless, but inside there was still the ghost of the surveyor. I began to concentrate. I didn't try to move my muscles. I tried to move the idea of my muscles. I visualized the blood flowing through my stone veins. I imagined the heat of a summer day, the sting of a paper cut, the throb of a headache. I poured every human sensation I could remember into my right index finger. The stone didn't crack, it didn't soften, but it vibrated. A tiny microscopic tremor, a flaw in the marble. The creature with the stick hands froze. It felt the vibration. It turned its head toward me, the needle poised over Sarah's chest. I didn't stop, I pushed harder. I remembered the birth of our daughter, the way she had smelled of milk and newness. I remembered the grief of losing her, the sharp, jagged pain that had never truly gone away. I took that pain, the most real thing I had ever owned, and I sharpened it into a point. I shoved it into the stone of my arm. Crack. The sound was small, like a twig snapping in a forest, but on the silent plateau, it sounded like a gunshot. A hairline fracture appeared on my wrist. It wasn't gray. It was a deep, bruised purple. The creature shrieked. It was a sound of pure, crystalline outrage. It dropped the needle and lunged at me, its stick hands extended like spears. But the vibration had already spread. The lighthouse keeper beside me began to shake. The binoculars fused to his face cracked. The boy, Leo, turned his head, his silver wire hair swaying in a wind that shouldn't have existed. The sink was losing its grip. In New York, the fifth step flickered. Arthur, who was halfway to the sixth, stumbled. The limestone lions beneath his feet groaned. The gray static of the billboards began to pulse with a sickly neon green. For a second, the sound of the city, the real, loud, chaotic city, rushed back in. Arthur, Edith's voice was louder now. She was still turning to salt, but she was reaching for him. The creature slammed into me. Its weight was immense, the weight of 1,000 fallen worlds. It pressed its faceless head against mine, and I saw the spiral staircase of its teeth. It wasn't just a mouth, it was a map of the sink. I saw the mall, the school, the lighthouse, and the city, all of them winding down into an infinite dark throat. Still, it commanded. The word wasn't a sound. It was a physical weight that tried to crush the red out of me. I didn't go still. I leaned into the crack. I fed it more. I gave it the memory of my first kiss. I gave it the taste of cold beer on a hot afternoon. I gave it the sound of Sarah's laugh. The crack widened. My arm didn't fall off. It became a mosaic of stone and flesh, a terrifying hybrid of the two worlds. I reached out with my shaking, half-stone hand and grabbed the creature's throat. Its skin felt like frozen ash. It was dry, cold, and brittle. I squeezed. The creature flailed, its stick limbs striking my chest, carving deep gouges into my granite torso. But I didn't feel the pain as stone. I felt it as a man. It hurt, and that hurt made me stronger. The plateau was tilting wildly now. The underside, the stolen city, was beginning to rain pieces of itself back down. A water tower fell from the basalt sky, crashing into the Hudson. A slab of a Broadway theater shattered against the pavement of 42nd Street. The sink was vomiting. David. The voice was a whisper, but it shattered the world. I looked at Sarah. The stone mask of her face was cracking, not from my effort, but from her own. She had seen me. She had felt the red. A line of warmth was spreading from the red tear stain on her cheek. Her eyes, those vacant marble spheres, were beginning to show a glimmer of green. The creature saw it too. It realized it was losing the anchor. It let go of me and turned toward her, the obsidian needle flying back into its hand. It didn't want to harvest her anymore. It wanted to erase her. I tried to lung forward, but my legs were still part of the sixth step. I was rooted. "Sarah, run!" I screamed. My voice was a tectonic grind, but the words were clear. She couldn't run. Her legs were part of the fifth step's landing, but she could move her arms. With a slow, agonizing grace, she reached out. She didn't grab the creature. She grabbed the boy, Leo. The boy flinched. He was the most perfect thing the sink had created, a bridge of pure, untainted innocence. He was the key to the city. When Sarah touched him, the red flowed into him. It wasn't a gentle process. The boy's stone body began to glow. The silver wire of his hair turned a fiery, human blonde. His gray shirt flickered into a vibrant, bloody red. The boy screamed. It was the first human sound he had made since he stepped onto the stairs. The sound tore through the plateau. The sixth step, my body shattered. I fell, not down toward the city, but sideways into the mist. I saw the lighthouse keeper disintegrate into a cloud of white dust. I saw the creature with the stick hands being pulled into its own throat, the spiral of its teeth consuming itself as the geometry of the sink collapsed. I saw Sarah. She was falling too. She was no longer stone. She was a woman in a gray dress, her hair streaming behind her, her hand still reaching for the boy. And below us, the city was coming back. The gray was receding like a tide. The neon was screaming into life. The sound of 8 million people returned in a single, deafening roar. But the stairs were still there. They weren't made of stone anymore. They were made of light, a shimmering, translucent staircase that hung over Times Square. We were falling toward them. I reached for Sarah in the void. My hand was still a mosaic of rock and meat, but I didn't care. I caught her fingers. They were warm. We hit the light. It didn't feel like a landing. It felt like a transition. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the asphalt of 7th Avenue. The air was hot, smelling of trash and rain. The sun was beating down, a bright, uncaring yellow. People were screaming, not from the sink, but from the chaos. A taxi had crashed into a fire hydrant. A billboard had shattered, showering the sidewalk with glass. A man in a red robe was shouting about the end of the world. I looked up. The sky was blue. There were no hanging gardens of basalt. There was no inverted city. Beside me, Sarah was gasping for air, her hands clutching the front of her dress. She looked at me, and her eyes were full of 1,000 years of stone. "David," she whispered. I pulled her to me. She was shaking, her skin cold despite the heat of the city. "We're here," I said. "We're back." But as I held her, I looked at my wrist. The purple crack was still there. It wasn't a bruise. It was a vein of amethyst embedded deep in my flesh. And in the middle of the street, standing perfectly still amidst the panicking crowd, was Leo. He was holding a red ball. He wasn't looking at the city. He was looking up at the sky at a point where there was nothing but blue. He turned to look at us. His eyes were still marble. He smiled, and the sound of it was the grinding of stones in a deep, dark place. The sink hadn't lost. It had just changed its tactics. We weren't the survivors. We were the seeds. The heat of Times Square was not the heat of a summer afternoon, it was the heat of a kiln. It pressed against my skin, demanding a sweat my body no longer knew how to produce. I looked at my hand, the one that had gripped the creature's throat, and saw the amethyst vein pulsing in time with a heart that felt like it was pumping liquid lead. The transition hadn't been a clean break. We hadn't escaped the sink. We had dragged its anatomy into the light. Sarah was shaking in my arms, her breath coming in ragged, wet hitches. To the tourists snapping photos of the crashed taxi and the leaking hydrant, she was just another victim of a freak seismic event, a woman in shock. But when I looked at her, I didn't see skin. I saw the translucent shimmer of quartz beneath her jawline. I saw the way her eyelashes didn't flutter, but clicked. "David," she rasped again. Her voice was no longer a tectonic grind, but it carried a metallic resonance like a dampened bell. "The boy, we have to... the boy." I looked toward the center of the intersection. The crowd was a swirling vortex of neon polyester and panic shouting, but Leo stood at the eye of the storm. He was a vacuum of stillness. The red ball in his hands didn't reflect the flashing police lights or the glowing billboards. It seemed to drink the light, turning a deeper, bruised shade of crimson. A police officer, sweating through his blue uniform, approached the boy. "Hey, kid, you okay? Where are your parents?" The officer reached out a hand, a fleshy human hand tipped with sweat and salt. As his fingers brushed Leo's shoulder, the sound of the city vanished. It didn't fade, it was cut, as if a master cable had been severed. For a heartbeat, the officer's face didn't register fear. It registered a profound, hollow recognition. His blue sleeve began to stiffen, the fabric turning to a fine-grained slate. The sweat on his brow crystallized into tiny, perfect diamonds. Leo didn't flinch. He simply turned his head, his marble eyes fixed on the officer's changing form. The officer didn't scream. He couldn't. His lungs were already becoming a pair of bellows made of cured leather and limestone. No, I tried to stand, but my legs buckled. The red I had used to break the sixth step had been a loan, not a gift. My muscles felt like they were being replaced by rebar. Sarah grabbed my arm, her grip unnaturally strong. "It's not a landing, David, it's a bridgehead." She was right. The sink hadn't vomited us out because it was defeated. It had used our desperate human red to bypass the atmospheric pressure of reality. We were the anchors now. Every memory I had poured into that crack in my wrist was a coordinate, a set of GPS instructions for the void. The officer was fully stone now, a statue of a hero in mid-stride, his mouth open in a silent command. But he wasn't falling over. He was sinking. The asphalt beneath his boots didn't crack. It softened into a dark, viscous pool of tar that swallowed his feet, then his shins. Around him, the infection spread. The sidewalk began to ripple like water. A woman screaming into her cell phone looked down to find the device had fused to her ear, the plastic turning to obsidian, her words turning to grit in her throat. The yellow taxis idling in the gridlock didn't just stall. Their tires melted into the road, their chassis elongating, turning into the long, segmented bodies of metallic centipedes. The sink was no longer a place we went to. It was a process we were performing. "We have to move," I said, forcing my leaden heart to beat. I hauled Sarah up. Every movement felt like a violation of physics. My joints shrieked with the sound of grinding gravel. "Where?" she asked, her eyes darting to the skyscrapers. The Empire State Building, miles away but visible through the canyon of Broadway, was beginning to shimmer. The sun hit its spire, but the reflection was wrong. It wasn't reflecting the sky, it was reflecting the plateau. I could see the ghost of the lighthouse keeper's binoculars etched against the clouds. The city was being overlaid, a double exposure where the should was slowly erasing the is. The subway, I said, the thought surfacing from the surveyor's mind still trapped in my skull. The bedrock, it's looking for the schist. If we can get below the pavement, maybe we can find a way to break the circuit. We stumbled toward the entrance of the 42nd Street station. It was a gaping maw of shadow. People were pouring out of it, their faces masks of gray terror, but we fought against the tide. As we descended the stairs, the air changed. The smell of hot metal and ozone was being replaced by the smell of ancient, damp salt. The tiles on the walls were changing. The white ceramics were peeling back like scabs, revealing a pulsing, purple membrane underneath. It looked like the interior of a throat. "Arthur," Sarah whispered, pointing toward the turnstiles. He was there, Arthur, the man of sensible shoes and a dead wife's map. He was standing by the MetroCard machines, but he wasn't a man anymore. He had become a pylon. His legs were thick columns of basalt that had rooted into the concrete floor. His torso was elongated, his arms stretched out to touch the ceiling, his fingers splayed like the ribs of a vault. He was holding the station up, or perhaps he was holding it down. His face was a frozen mask of agony, but his eyes, those gray, stony eyes, moved as we approached. "Edith," he groaned. The word didn't come from his mouth, it vibrated out of his chest cavity. "She's in the grain, I can feel her in the walls." I looked at the walls. In the purple membrane, I saw shapes, faces, hands. Thousands of people who had been on the platforms when the sink arrived were being woven into the structural support of the new world. They weren't dead. They were being used as insulation. "Arthur, help us," I said, reaching out to touch his stone side. The amethyst in my wrist flared with a cold, violet light. A tremor ran through Arthur's massive, petrified frame. "The boy is the needle," he vibrated. "The ball is the thread he's sewing. The two worlds together. You are the knots." "How do we stop it?" Sarah stepped forward, her hand glowing with that same phantom red. "You can't stop the sea." Arthur's voice was fading, becoming part of the ambient hum of the earth. "You can only change the tide, give it something it can't digest." Suddenly, the station lights flickered and died, but we weren't in the dark. The purple membrane was bioluminescent, casting a sickly, bruised glow over the tracks. A sound began to echo through the tunnels. It wasn't the roar of a train. It was the sound of 1,000 stick hands clicking against the rails. The creature hadn't been consumed. It had been multiplied. From the darkness of the tunnel, dozens of them emerged. They were smaller than the one on the plateau, but their limbs were just as sharp, their faceless heads tilting in unison as they caught our scent. They didn't run, they skittered, their charcoal bodies blurring against the purple walls. They weren't coming for us, they were coming for the red we still carried. "Run," Arthur groaned, his fingers cracking as he tried to shift his weight. "Go to the deep, the water." We ran. We leapt onto the tracks, our boots crunching on a bed of gravel that felt suspiciously like human teeth. Behind us, the clicking grew louder. The creatures were weaving as they moved, pulling threads of purple light from the walls and spinning them into a web that threatened to seal the tunnel behind us. The air grew colder, wetter. We were heading toward the East River tubes. I could feel the weight of the water above us, a crushing pressure that seemed to hum in harmony with my amethyst vein. Sarah stumbled, her knee hitting the third rail. There was no spark, no surge of electricity. The rail was made of cold, dead bone. "David, I can't," she gasped, clutching her leg. The quartz on her jaw was spreading, climbing toward her ear. The sink, it's calling its pieces back. I knelt beside her, my own body protesting every movement. I looked back. The creatures were less than 50 yards away, a wall of twitching charcoal limbs. In the center of the swarm, I saw the boy. Leo wasn't skittering. He was walking on the ceiling, his red ball tucked under one arm, his other hand reaching out to guide the creatures like a conductor leading an orchestra. He looked down at us, and for the first time, his marble eyes showed something other than vacancy. He showed hunger. "He wants the rest of the memory," I whispered. "He wants the garden. He wants the house." I looked at Sarah. Her face was beautiful, even as it turned to stone. I saw the woman who had planted roses in a garden that no longer existed. I saw the woman who had held me when the world felt too loud. I realized then what Arthur meant. The sink could digest history, it could digest matter, it could even digest grief, but it couldn't digest a paradox. I reached into the pocket of my coat. My fingers brushed against something small, hard, and cold. The surveyor's compass. It was a brass instrument, an heirloom from a grandfather I barely remembered. It was a tool for finding one's place in a world that stayed still. I had carried it for 20 years, a habit of a man who needed to know where north was, even when he was lost. It was stone now, the glass was gone, the needle frozen in place, but it was my stone. "Sarah," I said, pulling her close, "do you remember the day we bought the house, the way the floorboards creaked in the hallway?" She nodded, her eyes wet with a moisture that was turning to gel. "I remember the smell of the pine." "Hold on to it," I said. "Don't just remember it, live it. Make it so real that this place becomes the lie." The creatures were upon us. The first one lunged, its stick hand slashing at my shoulder. I didn't feel the cut. I felt the intrusion of a foreign should. It tried to tell me I was a pillar. It tried to tell me I was salt. I slammed the stone compass into the creature's chest. I didn't use my strength. I used the memory of the creaking floorboards. I used the sound of the wind through the pines. I used the weight of a life that had no place in a geometry of stairs. The compass didn't just break the creature, it detonated. A shockwave of red erupted from the point of impact. It wasn't light, it was a burst of pure, unadulterated context. For a fraction of a second, the tunnel wasn't a throat, it was a tunnel. The walls were concrete, the rails were steel, the air smelled of grease and old rain. The creature vanished, turned to a puff of harmless ash. The boy on the ceiling shrieked. The red ball dropped from his hand, bouncing on the tracks with a hollow, plastic thud. The red from the compass began to bleed into the surroundings. It wasn't much, a circle of reality 10 feet wide, but within that circle we were human. Sarah gasped, her skin softening, the quartz receding from her jaw. "David, it's working." But the sink was reacting. The purple membrane on the walls began to boil. The other creatures retreated, but they didn't flee. They began to fuse together, their charcoal limbs knitting into a single massive entity that filled the diameter of the tunnel. It was a wall of teeth and needles, a tidal wave of petrification. And Leo was changing too. He dropped from the ceiling, landing gracefully in front of the wall of limbs. He didn't look like a boy anymore. His skin was turning the same bruised purple as the walls. His silver hair was lengthening, turning into a mane of metallic wires that sparked with a dark, oily energy. He picked up the red ball. It was glowing now, a bright, angry crimson. "The garden," Leo said. The voice was a composite of 1,000 stolen tongues. "Give the garden." He stepped into our circle of reality. The red of the compass fought against him. The air between us began to crackle, the smell of ozone returning with a vengeance. The circle began to shrink. The concrete under our feet turned back to bone. "He's too strong," Sarah whispered, her hand tightening on mine. I looked at the compass. The amethyst vein in my wrist was spreading, moving up my arm toward my heart. The loan was coming due. I couldn't hold the reality much longer. "I have to go into it," I said. "No." "He wants the memory, Sarah. If I give it to him, if I drown him in it, maybe it'll break the needle." "You'll never come back, David. You'll be part of the grains." I looked at her and I didn't see a woman of stone. I saw my wife. "I'm already part of the grain," I said, gesturing to my arm. "But you have to stay. You have to tell them. Tell the city that the stairs are still there." I didn't wait for her to answer. I stepped out of the circle. The transition was like walking into a wall of ice. My senses were instantly overwhelmed by the sink's logic. I wasn't a man, I was a series of measurements. I was a height, a weight, a volume of salt. Leo smiled. He reached out with a hand that was now a cluster of obsidian needles. I didn't fight him, I opened my mind. I didn't just give him the garden, I gave him the everything. I gave him the boredom of a Tuesday afternoon. I gave him the fear of a tax audit. I gave him the messy, complicated, non-linear reality of a human life. I gave him the why that the sink could never understand. I felt his needles sink into my temple. The world exploded into color. I saw them all, the school, the lighthouse. I saw them not as stone, but as they were, full of noise, light, and flaws. I saw the people inside them, their lives flickering like candles in a gale. I saw the sink for what it was, a lonely, starving machine that didn't know how to exist without consuming. It wasn't a god, it was a parasite that had forgotten it needed a host. Leo's face began to distort. The marble of his eyes cracked. The red I was feeding him was too much. It wasn't a seed, it was a flood. "Too much," the composite voice screamed. The red ball in his hand shattered. The explosion didn't make a sound. It was a silent reversal of gravity. I felt myself being pulled apart, my atoms scattered across the geometry of the stairs. I saw Sarah's face one last time, a point of light in an ocean of gray. And then there was the water. The East River tube collapsed, not into stone, but into salt. The river rushed in, a cold, dark weight that began to dissolve everything it touched. I was floating, I was a grain of sand, I was a piece of the city. I felt the sink shudder. The great plateau in the sky began to weep. The petrified buildings, the stone people, the yellow jasper mustard bottles, they were all losing their should. The city was falling back to earth. I closed my eyes. I didn't feel the impact, I felt a hand. A small, warm human hand. "Daddy." The voice was a whisper, a memory, a hope. I opened my eyes to a world of gray. But it wasn't the sink's gray. It was the gray of a New York morning just before the sun breaks through the smog. I was lying on a pier in Brooklyn. The water of the East River was lapping against the wood, dark and oily. Across the river, the Manhattan skyline was still there. It looked different. The Empire State Building was missing its top third. The Chrysler Building was leaning at an impossible angle. Large sections of the city were simply gone, replaced by jagged craters of smooth, dark rock. But the sun was coming up. Beside me, Sarah was unconscious, her breathing steady. Her skin was pale, but it was skin. I looked at my wrist. The amethyst vein was gone. In its place was a long, jagged scar that looked like it had been there for years. I sat up, my body aching with a purely human pain. A few feet away, sitting on the edge of the pier, was a boy. He was wearing a red shirt. His hair was blonde, tousled by the wind. He was looking out at the ruined city, a small plastic compass in his hand. He didn't have a red ball. He turned to look at me and his eyes were blue, clear, bright human blue. "It's not finished, is it?" he asked. His voice was small, but it didn't vibrate. I looked at the skyline. In the gaps between the buildings, I could see them. The stairs. They weren't made of stone. They weren't made of light. They were made of the shadows of the things we had lost. They hung in the air like a promise or a threat, leading up into a sky that was far too wide. "No, Leo," I said, reaching out to touch Sarah's hand. "It's just the beginning." The sink hadn't been defeated, it had been integrated. The two worlds were no longer separate. We were living in the after, and the before was just a ghost we carried in our scars. I looked down at the compass in the boy's hand. The needle was spinning wildly, unable to find north. Because in this new New York, north was no longer a direction. It was a choice. The river didn't smell like salt anymore. It smelled of the city's exhaust and the ancient metallic tang of deep earth mud. I watched the water lap against the pilings of the pier, each ripple carrying a thin film of iridescent oil that shimmered like the membrane of the creatures we had left behind in the dark. Sarah stirred beside me, a low moan escaping her lips. When she opened her eyes, they weren't gray or silver. They were hazel, flecked with the sudden, sharp terror of a woman who remembered being a statue. "David," she whispered, her voice cracking. She reached up to her jaw, her fingers trembling as they traced the smooth, warm skin where the quartz had been. "It's soft. I can feel my pulse." "We're back," I said, though as I looked at the skyline, the word back felt like a lie. The Manhattan across the water was a jagged, cubist nightmare. The upper floors of the MetLife building had been replaced by a cluster of basalt columns that reached toward the clouds like the fingers of a buried giant. A bridge, the Williamsburg, I thought, was half steel and half translucent amber, the transition so abrupt it looked like a glitch in a photograph. It wasn't just that the sink had changed things. It was that the two realities had slammed into each other at terminal velocity and fused. Leo, sitting at the edge of the pier, didn't look back at us again. He was staring at the water with an intensity that made my skin crawl. He was a boy, yes. He had the soft curve of a child's cheek and the scuffed knees of a playground regular. But the way he held the compass, my grandfather's compass, no longer stone but still frantic, suggested he was still the needle. He was the point of contact. "Leo," I called out. My voice felt heavy, like I was speaking through water. He didn't move. The stairs didn't go away, Daddy. They just went inside. Sarah sat up, clutching my arm. What does he mean? I looked at my own shadow on the wood of the pier. It was too long for the morning sun, and the edges of it weren't fuzzy. They were sharp, geometric, stepping downward into the grain of the timber. I realized then that the process hadn't stopped. It had merely reached a state of equilibrium. The sink was no longer an invading force. It was the new geography of the human soul. "We have to get off the waterfront," I said, helping Sarah to her feet. My legs felt weak, but the rebar sensation was gone, replaced by a dull, throbbing ache in my joints. As we walked toward the street, the reality of the New York after began to settle in. It wasn't a wasteland, it was a reconstruction. We crossed a street where the asphalt had turned into a mosaic of polished obsidian and cracked iPhone screens. A fire hydrant was gushing water, but the liquid didn't flow down the gutter. It rose in a spiraling pillar, freezing into a delicate crystalline tree before shattering and starting the cycle over again. There were people, not many, but enough to make the silence feel haunted. A man in a tattered business suit was sitting on a bench made of solidified smoke. He was staring at his hands, which were perfectly normal, except for the fact that his fingernails were growing at a visible rate, curling into long, translucent spirals. He didn't look up as we passed. He was listening to the hum of the earth. "The surveyor," I muttered, the memory of the mind I had shared during the ascent bubbling up. He knew this was coming. He wasn't mapping the land, he was mapping the change. "David, look," Sarah pointed toward a deli on the corner. The neon sign still flickered, Zabar's, but the windows were gone. Inside, the shelves weren't filled with groceries. They were filled with jars of memories. I could see the faint, glowing vapors of birthdays, first kisses, and funerals trapped behind glass. A woman was standing at the counter, handing over a handful of smooth, white pebbles in exchange for a jar that glowed with a soft, buttery yellow light. The economy of the city had shifted. We weren't trading in currency anymore. We were trading in the red, the essence of what made us real. "We can't stay here," Sarah said, her voice rising with panic. "We have to find a way out, to the suburbs, to the woods, somewhere the stairs didn't reach." "The stairs reached everywhere," Leo said, finally standing up. He tucked the compass into his pocket. The movement was too fluid, too precise. "The sink isn't a place. It's the way things are now. You can't run away from the floor you're standing on." He started walking toward the bridge, his small shoes clicking on the obsidian road. We had no choice but to follow. He was our tether. Without him, I felt like I might simply drift apart, my atoms deciding that they no longer needed to be a man named David. As we approached the base of the Manhattan Bridge, the scale of the transformation became overwhelming. The suspension cables had been replaced by gargantuan threads of purple light, the same color as the membrane in the subway. They vibrated with a low-frequency thrum that I felt in my teeth. Vehicles were abandoned everywhere, some half sunk into the road, others turned into sculptures of twisted chrome and bone. But there was movement on the bridge. A procession of figures was walking across toward Brooklyn. They weren't running. They were marching with a rhythmic, mechanical gait. "Arthur's people," I whispered. They were the ones who had been woven into the city. They weren't stone anymore, but they weren't entirely flesh either. Their skin had the matte texture of unglazed porcelain, and their eyes were fixed on the horizon. They carried tools, hammers made of solidified grief, saws made of sharpened whispers. They were the builders of the new world, the janitors of the sink. One of them stopped as we drew near. It was a woman in a nurse's uniform, her name tag reading Maria. Her face was a blank mask of industry, but when she looked at me, a flicker of recognition crossed her eyes. The surveyor, she said. Her voice sounded like two stones rubbing together. You brought the needle back. Where are you going? I asked. To the craters, she said, gesturing toward the holes in the skyline. We have to fill the gaps. The is leaking into the should. We have to seal the seams. With what? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. Maria held up a bucket. It was filled with a thick, viscous liquid that looked like liquid mercury mixed with blood, with the leftovers, with the things that didn't fit. You should be careful, little knots. The boy is hungry again. She moved on, her boots echoing in unison with the hundreds of others. Leo had stopped at the entrance to the bridge's pedestrian walkway. He was looking up at the towers. High above, nestled in the lattice of the bridge's superstructure, I saw them, the stick creatures. They weren't attacking. They were spinning. They were pulling threads from the air and weaving them into nests that looked like giant charcoal lungs. They were breathing for the bridge. I want to go home, Leo said. It was the first time he sounded like a child since we had reached the pier. We're going, Leo, I said, though I didn't know where home was. Our house in Queens was likely a spire of salt by now, or a hole in the ground filled with the sound of a dead wife's map. Not that home, Leo said. He pointed toward the tallest of the basalt towers in Manhattan, the one that had replaced the heart of the financial district. The garden. You promised me the garden, Daddy. I felt a cold chill wash over me. The memory I had fed him in the tunnel, the one that had broken the needle, hadn't been destroyed. It had been planted. He didn't want to go back to reality. He wanted to go to the reality he had stolen from me. David, don't, Sarah warned, sensing the shift in my posture. I have to, I said. If that memory is the anchor for that tower, then that's where the circuit is still closed. If I can take it back, if I can reclaim the red I gave him. You'll be stepping back onto the stairs, she said. You'll never come down. I'm already on them, Sarah. Look at the sky. The sun was higher now, but it wasn't moving in a straight line. It was ascending a spiral, its light hitting the buildings at angles that defied the time of day. The clouds were arranged in perfect, concentric circles like the rings of a tree. The entire world was a staircase now, and we were just climbing different flights. We began the walk across the bridge. The air grew thinner, colder. The sound of the city, the sirens, the shouting, the hum of engines was being replaced by a rhythmic clicking, a sound like a billion metronomes ticking out of sync. Halfway across, the bridge changed. The steel walkway turned into a flight of stone steps that led upward, disconnected from the road below. We were climbing again. Don't look down, I told Sarah. But she did. Below us, the East River wasn't water anymore. It was a river of glass, and through the transparent surface I could see the ruins of the subway station. I could see Arthur, still a pylon, his stone arms holding up the weight of the river. He was a monument to the transition, a saint of the bedrock. And I saw the others, thousands of them trapped in the glass, their faces turned upward toward us. They were the foundation. The sink doesn't waste anything, Leo whispered. He was hopping from step to step, his red shirt a splash of impossible color against the gray. It just finds a better use for it. The stairs led us into the heart of the basalt tower. There was no door, only a vertical slit that exhaled the smell of pine needles and old books. As we stepped inside, the geometry of the city vanished. We were standing in our hallway. The floorboards creaked under my boots, the exact sound I had used to detonate the compass. The wallpaper, with its faded floral pattern, was peeling in the same way it had for years. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. It's the house," Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She ran toward the kitchen, but as she crossed the threshold, she stopped. The kitchen didn't have a floor. It opened into a vast, empty void where the stars were made of white ceramic tiles. The refrigerator was floating in the center, its door hanging open, spilling out a trail of frozen peas that drifted like asteroids. "It's not the house," I said, my heart sinking. "It's the idea of the house." Leo was standing in the middle of the hallway. He wasn't a boy anymore. His skin was shimmering with a violet light, and his eyes were wide, absorbing everything. He was growing, his limbs elongating, his hair turning into a crown of silver wires. "The garden," he demanded, his voice echoing through the hollow shell of my memories. "The roses, the dirt, give." I looked at the walls. They were starting to turn to stone. The memory was being consumed, digested into the structure of the tower. If I gave him the rest, the tower would be complete, and the sink would have its permanent bridgehead in the center of the world. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the compass. It was vibrating so hard it was humming. "You want the garden, Leo?" I asked, my voice steady. "You want the thing that makes this real?" "Give." I didn't give him the memory of the roses. I didn't give him the smell of the dirt. I gave him the memory of the day we lost him. I let go of the dam I had built in my mind. I let the red of that afternoon, the screech of tires, the smell of burnt rubber, the sight of the red ball rolling into the gutter flood out. I gave him the grief that was so sharp it cut through the logic of the stairs. I gave him the know that every parent screams at the universe when the should becomes the is. The house began to shake. The walls didn't turn to stone, they turned to ash. Leo shrieked, his violet light flickering. He tried to push the memory back, but it was a tidal wave. You can't digest a tragedy, it only sits in the gut like a stone. "That is not the garden," he screamed. "It's the fence around it," I said, stepping toward him. "It's the reason the garden matters. You wanted our world, Leo. This is it. It's not just the pretty things. It's the holes they leave behind." The basalt tower began to crack. The sound was like a thunderclap, echoing across the ruins of Manhattan. Outside, the purple threads of the bridge began to snap, whipping through the air like lashes. Sarah grabbed my hand. "David, the tower is falling." "Let it," I shouted over the roar of the collapsing reality. Leo was shrinking, the silver wires of his hair melting back into blonde tresses. He looked at me, and for a second, just a second, I saw my son. Not the needle, not the pylon, not the process, just a boy who was scared of the dark. "Daddy," he whimpered. I reached out to grab him, but the floor beneath us vanished. We were falling. Not down the stairs, but through them. We were falling through the layers of the city, through the should and the is, through the salt and the stone. I saw the lighthouse keeper, his binoculars shattered, waving a final goodbye. I saw the officer, still a statue, being swallowed by the rising tide of the river. I saw the surveyor's map burning in the air, the lines of the city redrawing themselves in real time. And then the impact. It wasn't hard, it was wet. I surfaced in the East River, gasping for air. The water was cold, filthy, and wonderful. I thrashed around looking for Sarah. She popped up a few yards away, her hair plastered to her face, coughing up river water. "Sarah, I'm here," she cried, swimming toward me. We grabbed onto a floating piece of timber, a real piece of wood, splintered and rotting. We looked back at Manhattan. The basalt tower was gone. In its place was a plume of dust that hung in the air like a ghost. The bridge was still there, but the purple threads were fading, replaced by the dull gray of rusted steel. The stars in the sky were shimmering, becoming more transparent by the second. "Where's Leo?" Sarah asked, her eyes searching the debris. I looked around. There was no sign of the boy in the red shirt, only the red ball bobbing gently in the wake of a passing ferry. "Wait, a ferry." I looked toward the horizon. A Staten Island ferry was chugging toward the terminal, its orange hull a defiant spark of normalcy. People were crowded at the railings, pointing at the shattered skyline, their phones out, their voices a distant murmur of shock. The Is had won, or at least it had reclaimed the surface. We drifted toward the Brooklyn shore, our hands locked together. As we hauled ourselves onto the mud of the bank, I felt something in my pocket. I pulled out the compass. The glass was back, the brass was polished, and the needle was pointing north. But as I watched, the needle flickered. For a heartbeat, it pointed not toward the pole, but upward, toward the sky, toward the place where the stairs had been. I looked up, the sun was hitting the clouds, and for a moment I saw the ghost of a step, a single stone landing floating miles above the earth. "It's not over," Sarah said, reading my thoughts. "No," I said, looking at the scar on my wrist. It was still there, a jagged reminder of the loan. But we're down. For now, we're down. We stood up, two shivering, mud-soaked survivors in a city that was broken but breathing. We started walking toward the lights of the street, toward the sound of sirens that were just sirens, and the smell of coffee that was just coffee. But as we walked, I made sure to stay in the center of the sidewalk. I didn't want to get too close to the edges. I didn't want to see what was waiting under the next flight of stairs. Because I knew deep in the grain of my bones that the sink was still there. It was just waiting for us to forget how to climb. The walk from the shoreline of Dumbo toward the heart of Brooklyn felt like wading through a dream that was refusing to end. The transition wasn't a snap of the fingers. It was a slow, agonizing bleed of color and texture. One block, the pavement was still that terrifying, polished obsidian that hummed beneath our feet. The next, it was cracked, salt-stained concrete with a discarded candy wrapper tumbling across it in a perfectly natural breeze. Sarah didn't let go of my hand. Her grip was white-knuckled, her skin still cold from the river. We passed a row of brownstones where the process seemed to have frozen mid-breath. One house had a front door made of solid, unyielding light that blinded me if I looked directly at it. The house next door had a for sale sign and a tricycle overturned on the lawn. The mundane was fighting the impossible for every inch of territory. "Do you hear that?" Sarah whispered. I stopped. I tilted my head, bracing for the rhythmic clicking of the weavers or the low-frequency thrum of the bridge, but it wasn't there. Instead, I heard the frantic, beautiful cacophony of a city in a state of total human panic. Car alarms were wailing. A dog was barking incessantly from a third-story window. Somewhere blocks away, a megaphone was distortedly barking orders about evacuation routes and medical triage. It was the sound of a disaster, not a transformation. And for the first time in what felt like lifetimes, I felt a surge of relief so sharp it made me dizzy. A disaster was something we knew how to survive. A transformation was a funeral for the soul. We need to find a house, I said, not our house, just a house with a radio, a phone, something that hasn't been woven. We turned onto a side street, our wet clothes clinging to us like second skins. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and wet ash. We saw a group of people huddled around a parked SUV. They weren't porcelain-skinned builders or stone-eyed surveyors. They were just people, a woman in a yoga outfit, an old man clutching a cat carrier, a teenager filming the sky with a trembling hand. They looked at us as we approached, their expressions a mix of horror and pity. We must have looked like we'd crawled out of a grave. "Is it over?" the woman asked. She didn't look at our faces. She looked at the Manhattan skyline behind us, where the dust from the fallen tower was still settling into a gray shroud. The stairs, did they go away? "They're receding," I said, the words feeling like dry husks in my mouth. "Stay away from the water. Stay away from the bridges." The teenager stepped forward, his phone pointed at me. I saw a kid on the bridge, a kid in a red shirt. "Was that yours?" Sarah flinched. I felt her hand tremble in mine. I looked at the boy, his eyes wide with the hunger for a viral moment, and I felt a flash of that cold, architectural anger I'd felt in the sink. "He's gone," I said. We kept walking. We didn't wait for his next question. We found a small bodega that had its metal shutters half pulled. The owner, a man with a face like a crumpled map, was sitting on a milk crate inside, a shotgun resting across his knees. He didn't look like he was guarding the inventory. He looked like he was waiting for the walls to start talking to him again. "Bottled water," I said, holding up a soggy $20 bill. It was real paper. It didn't turn into a leaf or a shard of glass. He looked at the money, then at us. He reached behind him, grabbed 2 gallons of spring water, and slid them across the floor. He didn't take the money. "The radio says the tide is coming back in," he said. His voice was a raspy whisper. "But they aren't talking about the water. They're talking about the geometry. They say Philadelphia is gone, just gone, turned into a forest of glass." "It's not a tide," I said, cracking the seal on a bottle and handing it to Sarah. She drank with a desperation that broke my heart. "It's a debt. We stopped it here, but the sink, it doesn't like being told no." I sat down on the floor of the bodega, my back against a shelf of potato chips. The crinkle of the plastic bags was the most comforting sound I had ever heard. It was flimsy, it was temporary, it was real. I pulled the compass out again. The needle was steady now, locked onto the north, but the brass casing was warm. It felt like a living thing, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic heartbeat. I realized then that I hadn't just given Leo the memory of the accident. I had infused the compass with the weight of that grief. I had turned the needle into a lead weight. "David," Sarah said, sitting beside me. She had washed some of the river mud from her face, but her eyes were hollow. "What happens when the red runs out? You gave him the accident. You gave him the grief. But what's left of him? What's left of us?" "We rebuild," I said, though the words felt hollow. "With what? The city is a mosaic. Half of it is ours, half of it belongs to whatever that was. You saw those people on the bridge. Maria, they aren't going to just turn back into nurses and lawyers. They've been stitched into the New York after." She was right. I looked out the half-open shutter. Across the street, a street light flickered, but it didn't just blink on and off. The light it cast was a deep, bruised purple, and the shadow of the pole didn't fall on the sidewalk. It fell into it, creating a narrow, dark slit that seemed to descend forever. The sink hadn't been defeated, it had been negotiated with. We had traded a cataclysm for a haunting. I closed my eyes, and for a moment I was back on the stairs. I could feel the wind that smelled of ancient dust and the weight of the sky pressing down on my shoulders. I could hear Arthur's voice, the sound of a mountain trying to hum a lullaby. The sink is the way things are now. You can't run away from the floor you're standing on. I opened my eyes and looked at the compass. The needle jumped just a fraction. It pointed toward the back of the bodega. I frowned, standing up. My joints screamed in protest, the rebar ache returning with a vengeance. I followed the needle, walking past rows of canned soup and boxes of cereal. The air grew colder the further back I went. Near the walk-in freezer, the floor changed. The linoleum didn't turn to stone. It turned to something that looked like petrified wood, the grain of the timber swirling into a familiar, concentric pattern. A staircase, not a grand, basalt monument, but a small, narrow set of steps leading down into the cellar. "David, what is it?" Sarah called out. I didn't answer. I reached the top of the cellar stairs. They looked normal. They were wooden, painted a dull gray with a bit of dust in the corners. But as I looked down into the darkness of the basement, I didn't see crates of soda or extra toilet paper. I saw the glow. It was faint, a soft, buttery yellow light that pulsed from somewhere beneath the foundation. It was the same light I had seen in the jars at the deli, the light of a memory. I descended the steps, my hand sliding along a banister that felt like it was made of frozen smoke. The basement was vast, far larger than the footprint of the bodega above. The walls were lined with shelves, but they weren't the owner's shelves. They were carved directly into the bedrock, and they were filled with thousands of smooth, white pebbles. And in the center of the room, sitting on a chair made of solidified whispers, was Leo. He didn't look like a monster. He didn't look like a god. He looked like the boy I had lost, his red shirt torn and dirty, his knees scuffed. He was holding a jar in his lap, staring into the yellow light inside. "Leo," I breathed. He didn't look up. "It's the garden, Daddy. I found it." I walked toward him, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Leo, we have to go. This place shouldn't be here." "I had to put it somewhere," he said. His voice was small, but it had a resonance that made the pebbles on the shelves vibrate. The tower fell down. The is was too heavy, so I brought the should down here, where it's safe. I reached him and looked into the jar. It wasn't just a memory of a garden. It was a loop. I saw myself, younger, laughing as I chased a toddler through a sprinkler. I saw Sarah sitting on a porch swing that we had never actually owned, drinking lemonade that tasted like pure sunlight. It was a perfect, untainted version of our lives, the life the sink had promised us. "It's a lie, Leo," I whispered. "It's a choice," he countered. He finally looked up at me. His eyes weren't violet anymore. They were clear, but they were deep, so deep I felt like I could fall into them and never hit the bottom. "The stairs go up and the stairs go down. You chose to go down. You chose the mud and the river and the broken things. Why?" "Because the broken things are ours," I said. "The mud is real. That jar, it's just a photograph you can live in. It doesn't grow. It doesn't change." Leo looked back at the jar. "The is hurts, Daddy." "I know," I said, kneeling in front of him. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched his cheek. He felt like skin, but there was a hum beneath the surface, like a live wire. But you can't stay in the cellar. The sink, it'll find you. It'll turn this garden into a cage. Leo sighed, a sound that seemed to pull the air out of the room. He stood up, the jar slipping from his lap. It hit the floor, but it didn't shatter. It dissolved into a puddle of golden light that soaked into the petrified wood. "The surveyor said you'd say that," Leo muttered. "He said you were a knot, a place where the threads are tied too tight to be woven." "Where is the surveyor, Leo?" "He's mapping the basement now," Leo said, gesturing toward the dark corners of the room. "He says there are more stairs down here. Stairs that go into the was. He wants to see if he can find the beginning of the sink." I looked into the shadows and saw a flicker of movement, a man in a tattered coat holding a transit level made of bone, moving silently through the forest of shelves. He didn't look back. He was a man obsessed, a cartographer of the impossible. "We're leaving, Leo," I said, standing up and taking his hand. This time he didn't resist. His hand was small and warm. As we climbed back up the cellar stairs, the petrified wood turned back into linoleum. The golden light faded, replaced by the harsh, flickering fluorescent hum of the bodega. When we emerged into the shop, Sarah let out a sob and threw her arms around Leo. She didn't ask how he was there or why he looked real. She just held him, her tears soaking into his red shirt. The owner of the bodega looked at us, his eyes widening. He looked at the cellar door, then at the boy. He didn't say anything. He just picked up his shotgun and walked to the front of the store, pulling the metal shutter all the way down and locking it. "You can stay the night," he said, his back to us. "But in the morning, you go. I don't want whatever is in your pockets staying in my shop." We huddled together in the back of the store, surrounded by the ghosts of a consumer world that was rapidly losing its meaning. Leo fell asleep almost immediately, his head in Sarah's lap. He looked so peaceful, so normal, that for a few hours I almost believed we had won. But I stayed awake. I sat with my back against the freezer, the compass open in my palm. I watched the needle. It didn't point north anymore. It began to spin, slowly at first, then faster and faster, a silver blur behind the glass. It wasn't looking for a direction. It was measuring the rate of change. Outside, the city of New York was quiet, but it was a heavy, expectant silence. In the distance, I heard a sound that I knew would haunt my dreams for the rest of my life. It was the sound of a hammer, a rhythmic metallic clack, clack, clack. The weavers were still working. They were fixing the bridge. They were sealing the seams. They were preparing for the next ascent. I looked at my hands. In the dim light of the bodega, I saw a faint, geometric pattern etched into my skin, a series of tiny, interlocking triangles that shimmered like oil on water. The process hadn't stopped. It had just gone internal. I was no longer just David, the father who had lost his son. I was a part of the geography. I was a stair. I looked at Sarah sleeping soundly and at Leo, the boy who was a needle. I knew then that we couldn't stay in the city. We couldn't go to the suburbs. There was no away anymore. The sink was the new climate, and we were the weather. I reached out and touched the wall of the bodega. It felt like plaster and lath, but beneath that I felt the vibration of the basalt. I felt the pulse of the stone steps stretching out into the infinite dark, waiting for someone to start climbing. I closed the compass and tucked it away. Part 10, I whispered to the empty store. Because the story of the stairs didn't end with a descent. It ended with the realization that the ground was just the highest step of the flight below. We weren't home, we were just on a landing. And tomorrow, the climb would begin again. The morning didn't break with a sunrise. It arrived as a thinning of the gray, a reluctant transition from the black of the cellar to the charcoal of the street. The bodega owner, a man whose name we never learned but whose silence felt like a sanctuary, opened the metal shutters with a violent, screeching rattle. He didn't look at us. He stood by the door, his silhouette framed by the hazy, dust-choked light of Brooklyn, and pointed toward the intersection. "The buses are running 3 blocks over," he said. "They're taking people to the camps in Jersey. If you stay here, you're part of the census, and you don't want to be on the census." I stood up, my muscles screaming. The triangles on my skin hadn't faded. They had settled into a faint, translucent map that seemed to shift when I breathed. Sarah was already awake, her eyes fixed on Leo. The boy was sitting on a crate of oranges, swinging his legs. He looked vibrant, too vibrant. In the dull, ashen light of the dying city, he looked like a high-definition image superimposed on a grainy photograph. He was eating a granola bar the owner had given him, the crinkle of the wrapper sounding like a landslide in the quiet shop. "We're going," I said. We stepped out onto the sidewalk. The air was different. It didn't smell like the river anymore, or even the ozone of the transformation. It smelled like old paper, dry, brittle, and ancient. I looked up. The sky wasn't blue or gray. It was a pale, veined white like the underside of a leaf. The clouds weren't moving with the wind. They were drifting in fixed, geometric orbits, tracing the invisible curves of a vaulted ceiling we couldn't see. "Don't look up for too long," Sarah warned, pulling her hood over her head. "It makes your head swim." We started walking. The neighborhood was a graveyard of intentions. People were packing cars with frantic, trembling hands, stuffing suitcases with things that no longer mattered: toasters, photo albums, designer shoes. They were trying to outrun a change that was already inside their lungs. I saw a man trying to start a motorcycle, but the tires had fused to the asphalt, turning into a single, seamless flow of rubber and stone. He was kicking the kickstand, sobbing, unaware that the physics of his escape had been rewritten while he slept. "David," Sarah whispered, leaning close, "look at the shadows." I looked. The sun, or whatever was providing the light behind the veined sky, was directly overhead, but the shadows weren't pooling at our feet. They were stretching out toward the Manhattan Bridge, long and thin, like dark fingers pointing back to the center of the sink. Even the light was being hauled toward the gravity of the stairs. We reached the intersection where the buses were supposed to be. There were 3 of them, big blue city buses, idling with a heavy diesel thrum that felt miraculous. It was a human sound, a dirty, mechanical, wonderful sound. A line of perhaps 50 people stood waiting, guarded by National Guard troops who looked more terrified than the civilians. Their uniforms were crisp, but their rifles were shaking. One soldier was staring at his own combat boot. I followed his gaze and saw that the leather was beginning to sprout tiny, crystalline hairs. "Names?" a sergeant asked as we reached the front. He had a clipboard, but the paper was blank. He was just scribbling circles over and over again, his eyes glazed. "David Saraleo," I said. He didn't look up. "Get on the second bus. Don't look out the windows once we cross the Verrazano. Just look at the floor." We climbed the steps. The interior of the bus was cramped, smelling of sweat and stale cigarettes. We found a seat in the back. Leo sat between us, his small hands gripping the vinyl of the seat. He was staring at the floor, his lips moving in a silent rhythm. "What are you counting, Leo?" I asked. "The stitches," he whispered. "They're coming undone, Daddy." The big man with the hammer, he missed a spot. The bus jolted into gear. As we pulled away from the curb, I looked out the window one last time. The bodega owner was still standing in his doorway. As we turned the corner, I saw him drop his shotgun. He didn't run. He simply sat down on his milk crate and began to blend into the doorframe, his skin taking on the texture of the weathered wood, his eyes turning into the brass of the locks. He wasn't dying. He was being archived. The journey through Brooklyn was a tour of a dissolving reality. We passed a playground where the swings were frozen in midair, the chains turned to solid glass. We passed a church where the steeple had elongated, stretching upward until it disappeared into the white veins of the sky, a literal finger of God reaching for a ceiling that had finally descended. No one on the bus spoke. We were all survivors of a wreck we couldn't explain. Every few minutes, a woman in the front would let out a low, mournful wail and then go silent again. It was the sound of a mind trying to reconcile the world that was with the world that is. As we approached the ramp to the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the bus slowed. The driver was swearing under his breath, his hands white on the wheel. "Look at the floor," the sergeant had said. I couldn't help it. I looked. The bridge was still there, but it wasn't made of steel and cables anymore. It had been woven. The great weavers had been busy. The massive suspension cables had been replaced by braids of translucent fiber that glowed with a dull internal pulse. The road deck was a mosaic of 1 billion tiny porcelain tiles, each one etched with a human face. As the bus rolled over them, I heard a sound like 1,000 whispers being crushed under the tires. "Don't look, David," Sarah said, her voice trembling. She grabbed my chin and forced my head down. But I had already seen the water. The Atlantic Ocean wasn't liquid anymore. It had turned into a vast, undulating sheet of hammered silver. It didn't have waves, it had pleats. And standing on that silver sea, miles out toward the horizon, were the shapes. They were colossal, tall, thin figures with too many joints, their heads lost in the clouds. They were wading through the silver, carrying huge, glowing bobbins of light. They were the ones sewing the coastlines. They were the ones ensuring that the ship would never return. The bus shuddered as we reached the center of the span. The engine began to cough, a wet, metallic sound. Come on," the driver hissed. The bus groaned, the floorboards beneath our feet vibrating with a frequency that made my teeth ache. I felt the compass in my pocket grow ice cold. I reached in and wrapped my fingers around it. The metal bit into my palm, but the cold was grounding. It was a reminder of the loan. I had traded the memory of my son's death for his life, but the sink didn't just take memories. It took the context of those memories. I looked at Leo. He wasn't scared. He was watching the air in front of him, his eyes tracking something invisible. "They're looking for the needle," Leo said suddenly. His voice was clear, cutting through the heavy thrum of the bus. "Who's looking?" Sarah asked, her grip tightening on his arm. "The collectors. They say the compass belongs to the basement." The bus stalled. The silence that followed was absolute. The driver tried the ignition, but the sound it made wasn't a starter motor. It was the sound of a flute being played underwater. The lights inside the bus flickered and turned a deep, bruised violet. "Nobody move," a voice said. It wasn't the driver. It came from the speakers, but it wasn't a human voice. It was a resonance, a vibration that seemed to come from the very air we were breathing. At the front of the bus, the door hissed open. A figure stepped inside. It wasn't a weaver. It was smaller, shaped like a man, but it wore a suit made of tightly wound measuring tapes. Its face was a smooth, featureless oval of polished brass. It held a ledger in one hand and a long, silver needle in the other. It was the surveyor's apprentice, the one who checked the math. The people in the front of the bus shrank back, pressing themselves into the vinyl seats. The figure didn't look at them. It moved down the aisle with a jerky, mechanical gait, its suit of tapes clicking and whirring as it adjusted its own dimensions to fit the narrow space. It stopped at our row. The brass face tilted, reflecting Sarah and me in a distorted, golden curve. It held out the ledger. The pages weren't paper, they were thin sheets of mica, etched with the names of everyone who had ever stood on the stone steps. I saw my name, I saw Sarah's, and below them, in a script that seemed to bleed off the page, I saw Leo's. The figure pointed the silver needle at my pocket. "The loan is recorded," the resonance said, vibrating in my chest, "but the interest is due. You brought a piece of the architecture out of the zone. The compass is a foundation stone. It cannot leave the site." "I need it," I said, my voice sounding thin and pathetic. "It's the only thing that points. It's the only thing that knows where we are." "You are nowhere," the figure replied. "You are in the transition. You are the space between the breath and the word. Give us the stone." The figure reached out. Its fingers were made of sliding rulers, extending toward my chest. Sarah screamed and threw herself over Leo, but the boy pushed her back. He stood up in the seat, his small face defiant. "It's not a stone," Leo said. "It's my daddy's heart. You can't have it." The figure paused. The brass face seemed to ripple. "The boy is a fabrication, a weaver's knot. He has no standing in the is." "He's my son," I snapped, standing up to face the thing. I pulled the compass out and held it high. The needle was spinning so fast it was humming. "And if you want the compass, you'll have to take the hand that's holding it. And I'm still made of meat and bone. I'm not part of your ledger yet." The figure stepped closer. The smell of the cellar, the smell of petrified wood and old memories filled the bus. The silver needle in its hand began to glow with a sharp, piercing light. "The meat is a temporary condition," the figure said. "The bone is just a primitive form of stone. We can wait for the transition to finish, or we can accelerate it." The needle moved toward my eye. Suddenly, the bus rocked violently. A sound like a thunderclap echoed across the bridge, followed by the screech of tearing metal. I looked past the figure, out the front windshield. One of the great cables of the bridge had snapped, but it didn't whip through the air like a steel rope. It unraveled like a thread of silk. The translucent fibers began to drift in the wind, wrapping around the bus, around the other cars, around the girders. The weavers hadn't finished the bridge. They were reclaiming it. The figure in the aisle froze. It turned its brass head toward the windshield. The whirring of its tape measure suit grew frantic. "The geometry is failing," the resonance whispered, and for the first time I heard a note of fear in it. "The weight of the should is too great. The boy is a leak." Leo was glowing, not the buttery light of the jars, but a harsh, flickering red, the color of the accident, the color of the grief I had traded away. It was pouring out of him, a psychic hemorrhage that was melting the porcelain tiles of the bridge floor and dissolving the translucent fibers of the weavers. I realized then what I had done. By giving Leo the memory of his own death to bring him back, I hadn't just saved him, I had turned him into a paradox. He was a living, was in a world of is. He was a flaw in the architecture. Leo, stop, I cried, grabbing his shoulders. The red light was hot, searingly hot. It felt like sticking my hands into a furnace. I can't, Daddy, he sobbed, his eyes wide and leaking tears of liquid light. It's too heavy. I can't hold those anymore. The figure in the suit tried to lunge forward to drive the needle into Leo, but the red light hit it first. The brass face melted like wax. The measuring tape snapped and curled into blackened ash. The resonance let out one final, distorted shriek before the figure collapsed into a pile of useless, twisted metal. The bus began to tilt. The bridge was sagging, the porcelain tiles cracking as the silver sea below began to turn back into water, rough, churning, violent water. Hold on, I yelled, pulling Sarah and Leo into the aisle. The bus slid sideways, its tires screeching against the unraveling road. We hit the guardrail, now made of something that looked like braided bone, and for a heart-stopping second, we balanced on the edge of the abyss. Then the world turned upside down. We didn't fall into the water, we fell into the fog. The transition was breaking. The is and the should were colliding in a chaotic spray of light and shadow. I felt the compass fly out of my hand. I reached for it, my fingers brushing the cold brass, but it was gone, swallowed by the gray. We hit something hard, not water, not stone. It was grass. I opened my eyes and coughed, my lungs burning with the smell of salt and wet earth. I was lying on a hillside. The air was cold and a fine mist was falling. I sat up, my head spinning. Sarah was a few feet away, pushing herself up from the dirt. She was covered in mud, her coat torn, but she looked human. The translucent sheen was gone from her skin. Leo, she gasped. We both looked around. We were on a grassy slope overlooking the ocean. In the distance, I could see the silhouette of a bridge, the real Verrazano, its steel cables red with rust, its lights flickering in the dawn. The silver sea was gone. The water was dark and choppy, white caps dancing in the wind. Leo was standing at the crest of the hill. He was looking out at the water. He was still wearing the red shirt, but it wasn't glowing anymore. He looked like a normal boy, small and fragile against the vastness of the horizon. I stood up, my legs shaking. I felt my pocket. The compass was gone. I looked at my hands, the geometric patterns, the interlocking triangles, they were gone too. My skin was just skin. The rebar ache in my bones had subsided into a dull, familiar soreness. Is it over? Sarah asked, coming to stand beside me. She took my hand. Her palm was warm. I don't know, I said. We walked up to Leo. He didn't turn around as we approached. The big man is still there, he said quietly. I looked out at the water. At first, I saw nothing but the waves, but then, as the mist shifted, I saw it. Miles out where the horizon met the sky, there was a single thin line. It wasn't a ship, and it wasn't a cloud. It was a vertical streak of shadow, a needle-thin pillar that stretched from the surface of the ocean up into the infinite white. A single flight of stairs. It was too far away to see the detail, but I knew what it was. It was the anchor. The sink hadn't gone away. It had just moved. It had retreated from the city, pulling its geometry back into the deep, leaving behind a world that was broken, scarred, and forever changed. I looked back at the city. Manhattan was a jagged silhouette of ruins and half-transformed monuments. The Is had left its mark. The skyline was a graveyard of basalt and glass, a reminder that we were living on the ruins of a reality that had almost been deleted. "We have to go," I said, "before the authorities find us, before they start asking about the boy who shouldn't be here." We turned away from the sea and started walking down the other side of the hill, toward the distant, flickering lights of a New Jersey suburb. But as we walked, I felt a familiar weight in my boot. I stopped and sat on a rock, pulling my boot off. I turned it over and shook it. A single white pebble fell out. It was smooth, perfectly round, and it hummed with a low, rhythmic vibration. I picked it up. As I held it, I felt a brief, flickering image in my mind, a view from a high landing, looking down at a world of clouds. I heard the sound of a hammer, far away, striking a nail that would never hold. I looked at Leo. He was watching me, his eyes dark and knowing. "He says you can keep that one," Leo said, "as a bookmark." I put the pebble in my pocket. We weren't homes, we were just on a different floor. And as I looked at the broken world around us, I realized that the climb hadn't ended. It had just changed direction. We weren't climbing to the sky anymore. We were climbing back to ourselves, one broken human step at a time. But the sink was patient. It had all the time in the world, and it knew, even if we didn't, that every staircase eventually leads back to the bottom. The mist didn't cling to the grass like normal dew. It hovered a few inches above the blades, a carpet of suspended silver droplets that refused to settle. As we descended the slope toward the flickering grid of the New Jersey suburbs, the world felt fragile, like a painting that hadn't quite dried. Every time my foot hit the earth, I expected the soil to give way and reveal the hollow, geometric lattice of the sink beneath. Sarah walked with a stiff, mechanical gait, her eyes fixed on the distant streetlights. She didn't look back at the bridge. She didn't look at the sky. She was practicing the art of the Is, forcing her mind to accept the mundane reality of asphalt and power lines, even as the horizon behind us remained notched with the impossible silhouette of that stone needle. Leo, however, was different. He didn't walk, he drifted. His footsteps made no sound on the gravel of the service road we eventually reached. He kept stopping to touch things, a rusted guardrail, a discarded soda can, a withered dandelion. Each time his fingers made contact, there was a faint, microscopic spark, a momentary shiver in the air as if he were recalibrating the objects, reminding them of their density and their history. "David," Sarah said, her voice a low rasp. "Where are we going? We can't just walk into a town. Look at us." I looked down. We were covered in a fine, iridescent dust that shimmered even in the pre-dawn gloom. My clothes were scorched where the red light had bled out of Leo, and my skin had a translucent quality like frosted glass. We looked like ghosts who had tried to put on clothes and failed. "There's a gas station about a mile ahead," I said, pointing toward a neon open sign that hummed with a sickly green light. "We need a phone. We need to see what's left of the news. If the bridge is gone, the world is going to be screaming." "The world isn't screaming," Leo said, his voice sounding older than it should. "The world is holding its breath. It's waiting for the stitches to hold." We reached the gas station just as the sun began to bleed over the horizon, but it wasn't a normal sunrise. The light was a bruised, heavy purple spreading across the sky like ink in a basin of water. The gas station was a lonely island of concrete. A single car, an old sedan with a shattered windshield, sat idling by the pumps. The driver's side door was open, swinging slowly in the wind with a rhythmic creak-thud, creak-thud. The air here smelled of ozone and rotting peaches. I approached the convenience store window. Inside, the fluorescent lights were flickering in a pattern that made my retinas ache, a staccato rhythm that felt like Morse code for a language that hadn't been invented yet. Behind the counter, a man was standing perfectly still. He wasn't looking at the door. He was staring at a display of potato chips, his hand outstretched, frozen inches from a bag of barbecue-flavored rings. "Hello," I called out, pushing the door open. The chime above the door didn't ring. It let out a heavy, metallic groan, like a sheet of lead being folded. The man didn't move. I walked closer and saw that his eyes were open, but the pupils had been replaced by tiny, rotating gears of bone. He wasn't a man anymore. He was a clock that had stopped at the exact moment the sink had reached this far inland. He was a monument to a second that refused to pass. "Don't touch him," Leo warned. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked at the television hanging in the corner of the ceiling. The screen was filled with static, but beneath the snow I could make out shapes. It wasn't a news broadcast. It was a live feed of a forest, but the trees were growing downward, their roots stretching into a white sky, their leaves brushing against a ground made of polished mirrors. A ticker tape ran across the bottom of the screen, but the letters weren't English. They were the same interlocking triangles that had been etched into my skin. The transition didn't stop at the water, Sarah whispered, her face pale in the television's glow. It just slowed down. "It's still coming, David. It's taking its time now." I went to the back of the store looking for water, for anything that felt real. I found a cooler, but the bottles of water inside had turned into solid cylinders of obsidian. I grabbed a candy bar from a rack, but when I tore the wrapper, the chocolate inside was a cluster of tiny, calcified eggs. The sink hadn't just changed the architecture, it had contaminated the supply chain of reality. "We can't stay here," I said, turning back to Sarah and Leo. "We need to find a car that works. We need to get inland, away from the coast. Maybe the gravity of the stairs is weaker the further we go." We walked back out to the idling sedan. The engine was making a wet, slapping sound like a heart beating in a bucket of water. I looked into the driver's seat. It was empty, but the upholstery was damp and smelling of salt. "I can drive," Leo said. "You're 7, Leo," Sarah said, a hysterical edge to her voice. "I'm not 7, Leo replied softly. "I'm the memory of a 7-year-old wrapped in the skin of a debt. I know how the gears turn now, Mommy. I can see the veins in the metal." He climbed into the driver's seat. His feet didn't reach the pedals, but it didn't matter. As soon as his hands touched the steering wheel, the car shuddered. The wet, slapping sound of the engine smoothed out into a low, harmonic hum. The shattered windshield began to knit itself back together, the cracks flowing like liquid silver until the glass was whole and clear. Sarah and I got in, numb with a terror that had moved past screaming and into a cold, hollowed-out acceptance. Leo shifted the car into gear. We didn't move forward onto the asphalt. The car rose an inch off the ground, the tires spinning in the air, and we began to glide. We weren't driving. We were being pulled by the white pebble in my pocket, sliding along the invisible ley lines that the weavers had laid down beneath the world's skin. We drove through the suburbs of New Jersey, a landscape of quiet horrors. We saw a row of houses where the chimneys had turned into flutes, playing a low, mournful chord as the wind blew through them. We saw a dog frozen in a mid-leap, its fur replaced by thousands of tiny blue feathers that ruffled in a breeze we couldn't feel. Everywhere, the people were the same, stilled, archived, their eyes turned to brass or bone, caught in the middle of mundane acts that had become eternal. A woman watering a garden of glass shards, a teenager on a bicycle whose wheels had become concentric circles of cooling lava. "Why are we the only ones moving?" Sarah asked, her voice a fragile thread. "Because we have the stone," Leo said, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "And because Daddy made a deal, we're the interest. We have to stay awake to witness the closing of the ledger." "Witness what?" I asked, my hand gripping the white pebble in my pocket. "The final stitch," Leo said. As we moved further west, the terrain began to buckle. The rolling hills of the Garden State were being overwritten by something more ancient and more jagged. Great pillars of salt-crusted basalt erupted from the shopping mall parking lots. The sky above us began to peel, revealing layers of darkness beneath the purple, a darkness that wasn't an absence of light, but a presence of something heavy and cold. The car hummed louder. The dashboard instruments were spinning wildly, the needles pointing to numbers that didn't exist. Suddenly, the radio flickered to life. It wasn't music. It was a voice, the same resonant, vibrating tone that had come from the surveyor's apprentice on the bus. "The loan is maturing," the voice said, echoing through the car's speakers. "The foundation stone seeks the basement. The boy is a leak, the mother is a witness, the father is the pen." "Leave us alone," I shouted at the dashboard. "We're out," we crossed the bridge. "There is no out," the voice replied. "There is only the depth of the landing. You are on the 12th step. The final descent is mandatory." The car began to accelerate. The landscape outside became a blur of gray and violet. The houses, the trees, the frozen people, they all melted into a single, continuous stream of distorted geometry. We were no longer on a road. We were traveling through a tunnel of woven light, a vein in the arm of the world. Leo stopped the car, Sarah screamed. "I can't." Leo's hands were fused to the steering wheel, his skin turning the same silver gray as the dashboard. "The car wants to go home, Mommy. The metal remembers the mine. It wants to go back to the dark." I reached for the door handle, but it had vanished. The interior of the car was smoothing out, the seats merging into the floor, the windows turning into opaque sheets of mica. We were being encased. The sedan was becoming a sarcophagus, a vessel designed to carry us back into the heart of the sink. I pulled the white pebble from my pocket. It was glowing now, a fierce, blinding white that hurt to look at. "The bookmark," I whispered. I remembered what the weaver had said on the steps. The should is a heavy burden. I realized then that the pebble wasn't a gift. It wasn't a souvenir. It was a weight. It was the anchor that was pulling us back. As long as I held onto the memory of what the world should be, as long as I carried the physical manifestation of that desire, I was tethered to the architecture of the sink. "David, look at Leo," Sarah cried. Leo was fading. His body was becoming translucent, his small heart visible through his chest, a glowing red coal that was pulsing slower and slower. The paradox was resolving itself. The is was winning. The world couldn't sustain a boy who had died in a different version of reality. "If I drop it," I said, looking at the pebble, "we lose him. If I keep it, we all go back to the basement." "He's dying anyway, David," Sarah sobbed, clutching at Leo's fading form. "Look at him. He's turning into smoke." I looked at my son. His eyes met mine. In that moment, he wasn't a fabrication or a knot. He was my boy, and he was tired. He had been carrying the weight of a father's grief and a weaver's debt, and he was exhausted by the effort of existing. "It's okay, Daddy," Leo whispered. His voice didn't come from his mouth, it came from the air around us. "You can let go of the hammer. The house is finished." I looked at the white pebble. I thought of the stone steps, the infinite climb, the smell of the petrified wood, and the cold, terrifying majesty of the great weavers. I thought of the man in the bodega turning into a doorframe. I thought of the woman wailing on the bus. We were trying to survive a change that was already inside us. I didn't drop the pebble. I swallowed it. The effect was instantaneous. A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach, and then it exploded. A wave of absolute stillness radiated outward from my chest. The car, the tunnel of light, the vibrating voice on the radio, it all shattered. For a second, there was no is and no should. There was only the was. I saw the accident. I saw the rain on the windshield, the headlights of the truck, the sound of the metal screaming. I saw the hospital room, the flat line on the monitor, the cold weight of the silence that followed. I felt the grief, raw and jagged, tearing through the anesthetic of the sync's magic. I didn't fight it, I embraced it. I pulled the pain into me, using it as a wedge to crack the porcelain reality of the weavers. The car vanished, the silver-gray tunnel evaporated. I fell. I hit the ground hard, the air driven from my lungs. I tasted dirt and salt. I smelled exhaust and old rain. I opened my eyes. I was lying in the middle of a street. It was night. A light rain was falling, hissing against the warm asphalt. Above me, a street lamp flickered, a normal, buzzing, yellow light. I sat up, gasping for air. I was in Dumbo. I was standing at the intersection of Washington and Water Street. The Manhattan Bridge loomed overhead, a massive, solid structure of steel and rivets. There were no translucent fibers. There were no glowing bobbins. I looked at my hands. They were covered in grease and blood. My skin was opaque. My bones felt like bone, heavy, brittle, and human. "Sarah," I croaked. She was lying a few feet away, curled in a fetal ball. She was shivering, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I crawled over to her and pulled her into my arms. She was warm. She was wet with rain. She was real. "Where is he?" she whispered, her eyes searching the shadows. "David, where is Leo?" I looked around the empty street. The bodega was there, its neon open sign buzzing. The owner wasn't a door frame. He was inside, leaning over a newspaper, a cup of coffee steaming in his hand. The motorcycles weren't fused to the asphalt. The world was loud, dirty, and perfectly, wonderfully normal. Then I saw it. On the sidewalk, right where the first stone step had appeared, was a small, red t-shirt. It was folded neatly, as if waiting for someone to put it on. On top of the shirt sat a small, brass compass. The needle wasn't spinning. It was pointing north. I walked over to the shirt and picked it up. It was dry. It smelled of laundry detergent and a hint of the ocean. I looked up at the Manhattan Bridge. For a split second, the rain seemed to freeze in midair. The sky flickered, a momentary flash of white veins behind the clouds. And there, standing on the very top of the bridge's suspension tower, was a figure. It was tall. It had too many joints. It was holding a glowing bobbin of light, and it was looking down at me. It didn't move, it didn't speak. It simply leaned forward and made a single, graceful motion with its hand, as if snaring a loose thread. The figure vanished. The rain began to fall again. I looked down at the compass in my hand. I opened the back casing the way I had 100 times before, but the inscription wasn't there anymore. The words about the basement and the sky had been erased. In their place, etched in a script that seemed to shimmer with a faint, internal light, were 4 words. The stairs are everywhere. I looked at Sarah. She was watching me, her face a mask of grief and understanding. We had come back. We had survived the transition, but we hadn't escaped. We had just been moved to a different part of the archive. I put the compass in my pocket and helped Sarah to her feet. We started walking, leaving the red shirt on the sidewalk. We didn't know where we were going, and we didn't know if the world we were walking into was the one we had left or just a very convincing imitation. But as we turned the corner, I felt the white pebble in my stomach. It wasn't a stone anymore. It was a pulse, a rhythmic, steady beat that matched the thrum of the city around us. I looked at the sidewalk beneath my feet. I looked at the cracks in the concrete, the weeds pushing through the grit, the discarded wrappers, and the puddles of oily water. Every crack was a line, every line was a stitch. And somewhere far above the clouds, a hammer was rising again. The world was being built, and we were the nails. The rain didn't feel like water, it felt like a reminder. Each drop that struck my skin carried a microscopic weight, a tiny physical argument for the reality of the now. Sarah clung to my arm, her fingernails digging into my jacket with a desperation that suggested if she let go, she might simply evaporate into the mist. We walked away from the bridge, our shadows stretching long and distorted under the orange hum of the sodium vapor lamps. The city was waking up, but it was a jagged, ugly awakening. A garbage truck groaned 2 blocks over, the sound of crushing metal echoing like a subterranean beast. To anyone else, it was the mundane music of a New York morning. To us, it was the sound of the weavers cinching a knot. "We have to go home," Sarah whispered. Her voice was thin, like paper being torn. "David, we have to see if the apartment if it's there." I didn't tell her that home was a concept that had lost its geometry. I didn't tell her that the white pulse in my gut was thrumming in time with the flickering of the streetlights, a silent Morse code confirming that we were merely guests in a gallery of our own memories. I just nodded. We found my car parked exactly where I'd left it 3 lifetimes ago. The windshield was covered in a layer of soot and pollen. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers feeling thick and clumsy, like sausages made of glass. When the locks clicked open, the sound was unnervingly loud, a definitive mechanical snap that seemed to satisfy some invisible auditor. I sat in the driver's seat and stared at the dashboard. No silver gray interface. No humming ley lines, just plastic, dust, and a crumpled receipt for a coffee I barely remembered buying. I turned the ignition. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then roared to life with a comforting, oily vibration. "It's real," Sarah said, touching the upholstery. "It's just a car, David." "For now," I replied. As I pulled out into the light traffic of early morning Brooklyn, I kept my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. I wasn't looking for police or other drivers. I was looking for the seams. I watched the way the brick buildings blurred past, looking for a moment where the texture might repeat, or where a window might be placed at an impossible angle. We crossed into Manhattan via the tunnel. The tiles whizzing past were a rhythmic blur of white, Stitch, stitch, stitch. I felt the pebble, or whatever it had become inside me, grow warm. It was reacting to the depth. The deeper we went into the earth, the more the sink tried to assert its gravity. My vision flickered. For a heartbeat, the tunnel wasn't made of tiles and fluorescent tubes, but of rib bones and bioluminescent moss. I blinked and the tiles returned, but the afterimage lingered like a burn on my retina. We reached our apartment building on the Upper West Side just as the sky turned a bruised, pale gray. The elevator was out of order, a sign taped to the door in a shaky hand. We climbed the stairs. Each step felt like a betrayal. My legs remembered the infinite ascent of the stone needle, and my mind screamed that we were walking back into the trap. When I reached our door, I stopped. My hand hovered over the wood. "What if he's inside?" Sarah asked. Her voice held a terrifying hope that hurt worse than the grief. "What if the is decided to keep him?" "He's gone, Sarah," I said, though the words felt like salt in my throat. The debt was settled. I turned the key and pushed the door open. The apartment was silent. It smelled of stale air and the lilies Sarah had bought a week ago, now wilted and black in their vase. It was exactly as we had left it, a museum of a life interrupted. I walked into the kitchen and saw the half-empty glass of water on the counter. I saw Leo's drawings pinned to the refrigerator with magnets shaped like fruit. A drawing of a dinosaur, a drawing of a house with a sun in the corner, and a new one I didn't remember. I pulled it off the fridge. It was a sketch of a tall, thin ladder reaching into a black circle. At the bottom of the ladder were two small figures, hand in hand. At the top, a single eye made of interlocking triangles. I crumpled the paper and shoved it into my pocket. "He was here," Sarah called out from the hallway. "David, come here." I ran to Leo's bedroom. Sarah was standing in the doorway, her hands over her mouth. The room was empty of life, but the air was shimmering. A fine, iridescent dust, the same dust that had covered us on the service road, lay thick over his bed, his toy chest, and his desk. In the center of the bed, the dust had formed a perfect, hollow impression of a child's body, as if he had been lying there and simply evaporated, leaving his silhouette in the silt of another dimension. "They didn't take him back to the accident," Sarah whispered. "They didn't put him back in the grave. They just unwove him." I walked over to the bed and reached out to touch the dust. As my fingers approached, the particles began to vibrate. They rose into the air, swirling in a miniature vortex, caught in the magnetic pull of the stone in my stomach. The dust didn't fall back down. It drifted toward me, sinking into the pores of my skin, seeking the anchor. I felt a sudden, sharp clarity. The grief didn't vanish, but it changed shape. It became a structural element. I understood then that the weavers hadn't just used us to fix a leak, they had used us to store the excess. We were the reservoirs for the things that couldn't exist in the is or the should. I turned to Sarah. She was looking at me with a strange, distant expression. Her eyes were beginning to take on that translucent, frosted glass quality again. "We can't stay here," I said. "The apartment is a landing. We need to keep moving." "Moving where?" she asked. "There's nowhere left to go that isn't part of the weave." "West," I said, remembering the compass. The needle pointed north, but the car wanted to go west, away from the coast, away from the sink's primary entry point. We packed a single bag. We didn't take clothes. We took things that felt heavy. A cast iron skillet, a bag of silver coins I'd collected, a heavy glass paperweight. We needed the weight to stay pinned to the floor of the world. As we walked back down the stairs, the building groaned. It wasn't the sound of settling wood. It was the sound of a lung expanding. The walls felt soft, like damp cardboard. We got back into the car and began to drive. We left the city behind, crossing the George Washington Bridge. I didn't look at the towers. I didn't look at the water. I kept my eyes on the white lines of the highway. Hours bled into one another. The landscape of New Jersey gave way to the rolling hills of Pennsylvania. For a while, things seemed normal. We saw people in diners, kids playing in yards, cows standing in fields. But the further we went, the more the glitches appeared. In a small town outside of Harrisburg, we stopped for gas. The attendant was a young woman with a name tag that read Miri. When she handed me my change, her fingers felt like cold marble. I looked at her face and saw that her ears were perfectly symmetrical, too perfect, like they had been mirrored in a digital program. "Quiet day," she said. Her voice had a slight delay, a fraction of a second behind the movement of her lips. "Yeah," I said, my heart hammering, "just passing through." "The roads are getting soft," she said, squinting at the horizon. "Be careful near the intersections. The angles are starting to lean." I didn't ask her what she meant. I knew. Back on the highway, the sky began to change again. The sun didn't set. It simply grew larger and paler until it looked like a giant, unblinking eye staring through a veil of gray silk. The clouds didn't drift. They pulsed in a slow, rhythmic contraction. "David," Sarah said, pointing out the window. In a field beside the interstate, a massive structure was rising. It wasn't a building. It was a cluster of obsidian needles, hundreds of feet tall, vibrating so violently that the air around them was blurred. They looked like the teeth of a giant zipper, waiting for the sky to be pulled down. There were cars pulled over on the shoulder. People were standing on the grass, staring at the needles. They weren't screaming. They were standing perfectly still, their arms hanging at their sides, their faces blank. They were waiting for the update. "We're not going to make it, are we?" Sarah asked. She wasn't crying anymore. She sounded curious, like a student asking a question about a difficult equation. "I don't know," I said, "but I have the stone. I'm the pen, remember," that's what the voice said. "If you're the pen," she said, looking at me, "what are you writing?" I thought about the white pebble in my stomach. I thought about the way it had swallowed Leo's dust. I realized then that I wasn't just a witness. I was a corrective. The Weavers hadn't just saved us, they had infected us with the blueprint of the new world. The should was gone, the is was being overwritten, and I was the carrier. I pulled the car over. We were in the middle of a vast, flat plain. The obsidian needles loomed in the distance, and the sky was now a solid, matte violet. The road ahead of us simply stopped. It didn't end in a construction site or a cliff. It just dissolved into a sea of gray, unformed static. I got out of the car. Sarah followed. The air was silent. No wind, no birds, no hum of engines. Just the sound of my own heartbeat and the deeper, slower thrum of the stone. I looked down at my hands. They were glowing. A soft, white light was bleeding out from under my fingernails, tracing the lines of my veins. I looked at Sarah, and she was the same. We were lanterns in the gray. "The final stitch," I whispered. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the compass. The needle was no longer pointing north. It was spinning so fast it had become a blur of gold. I opened the back and saw the words again. "The stairs are everywhere." I looked at the ground. I didn't see dirt or grass. I saw the grain of the wood. The entire world, from the horizon to the tips of my shoes, was made of the same petrified timber as the stairs. We had never left the needle. We had just been walking on a landing so large we mistook it for a continent. The sink wasn't a place, it was the process. I felt a sudden, sharp tug in my chest. The stone was moving. It wasn't exploding this time, it was expanding. It was flowing out of me, a liquid light that spilled onto the gray static of the unfinished world. Where the light touched the static, things began to form, but they weren't the things I remembered. A tree grew out of the road, but its leaves were made of clockwork and its bark was etched with the history of the stars. A house appeared in the field, but it had no doors, only windows that looked out into different centuries. I wasn't writing the old world back into existence. I was helping the weavers finish the new one. David, look, Sarah cried. She was pointing at the static. A figure was walking toward us. It was small. It was wearing a red t-shirt. It wasn't Leo, not exactly. It was a boy made of light and memory, a being that looked like my son but moved with the grace of something ancient. He stopped a few feet away from us. He didn't have eyes. He had two small, glowing sparks that held the depth of the ocean. The landing is finished, the boy said. His voice was a harmony of 1,000 voices. The debt is paid. The witness is no longer required. Leo, I whispered. The boy smiled, and for a second I saw my son the way he looked when he was 3, laughing at a bubble. Then the image shifted, and I saw a weaver, tall and terrifying. You can rest now, the boy said. He reached out and touched my chest. The stone in my stomach went cold. The white light that had been pouring out of me suddenly reversed, rushing back into my heart with the force of a vacuum. The world around me began to tilt. The obsidian needles, the violet sky, the clockwork trees, they all began to fold. They folded like paper, collapsing inward, smaller and smaller, until the entire universe was nothing more than a single point of light. And then darkness. But it wasn't the cold, empty darkness of the sink. It was the warm, heavy darkness of sleep. I felt Sarah's hand in mine. I felt the weight of a blanket. I smelled the scent of old rain and laundry detergent. I opened my eyes. I was lying in a bed, a real bed. The sheets were cotton. The pillow was soft. I could hear the muffled sound of traffic outside, the distant, comforting roar of a city that was busy being itself. I sat up. I was in a room I didn't recognize, but it felt familiar. It was a small, sun-drenched apartment. Sarah was asleep beside me, her breath slow and even. She looked younger. The gray in her hair was gone. The translucent quality of her skin had vanished. I got out of bed and walked to the window. I was in a city, but it wasn't New York. The architecture was a beautiful, impossible blend of stone and glass, with hanging gardens that draped over the sides of skyscrapers like emerald waterfalls. The cars in the street were silent, gliding on tracks of light. The people walking on the sidewalks were dressed in colors I had never seen, shades of light that seemed to change with their moods. I looked up at the sky. There were 2 suns, one gold, one silver, circling each other in a slow, celestial dance. I looked down at the windowsill. There, sitting in the sunlight, was a small brass compass. I picked it up and opened it. The needle was gone. The face of the compass was a mirror. I looked at my reflection and saw a man who had been through the fire and come out tempered. My eyes were still my own, but there was a faint golden ring around the pupils, a mark of the weaver's touch. I turned the compass over. The inscription was back. The basement is the sky. The sky is the basement. I walked to the door of the room and opened it. There was a hallway, and at the end of the hallway, a kitchen. I could hear the sound of someone humming. I walked toward the sound, my heart light, my feet making a solid, satisfying thud on the wooden floor. In the kitchen, a boy was sitting at a table, eating a bowl of cereal. He was wearing a red t-shirt. He looked up and grinned at me. "Morning, Daddy," Leo said. I didn't cry, I didn't scream. I just walked over and put my hand on his head. His hair was soft. His skin was warm. He was real. "Morning, Leo," I said. I looked out the kitchen window. The world was beautiful, strange, and new. It wasn't the world I had lost, and it wasn't the world of the sink. It was something else, a third way. A reality built from the wreckage of the is and the should, woven together by a father's grief and a weaver's debt. The stairs were gone. The climb was over. We were finally home, in the house that the light had built. I sat down at the table and picked up a spoon. The cereal was sweet. The milk was cold. The suns were shining. And somewhere in a place beyond time and geometry, a great weaver put down its bobbin, satisfied with the final stitch.